Jack stopped short, then hurriedly put his arms on Sylvia's desk, looking at Jeremy vigilantly. Jeremy slightly knitted his brows, but soon adjusted his expression and said, "Hi, Professor Jack. Where's Sylvia?" "My girlfriend went to the identification department." Jack kept resting his upper body on Sylvia's desk. It was his girlfriend's desk. Only lying upon it made him feel that he possessed it. He must let his rival in love know that he and Sylvia were already so close that he was allowed to put his arms on her desk. Jeremy paused briefly, pretending not to hear him say the word girlfriend. "These files are for Sylvia. She's working on the new case. She's not making any progress, so I sorted some files for her. Don't forget to tell her." After saying that, he put the files on the desk. Looking at the files, Jack felt upset. As Sylvia's boyfriend, he wasn't able to help her with her case at all. She still needed her ex-boyfriend's help. That didn't feel good. He felt so useless. "Sylvia's mine," he thought for a moment, then gathered his courage and said it out loud. Jeremy, who was turning around, paused. He turned back and replied, "Sylvia belongs to nobody. She's a tough girl. She won't let herself belong to anyone." "I am hers then. You are not." Jack felt upset hearing what Jeremy had said. Jeremy stayed silent for a few seconds and answered, "If you think this way, what if she abandoned you someday? She will always have the power of making decisions." "Why would she abandon me?" Jack didn't understand. "Professor Jack, you were young and innocent. You will only understand how a relationship works when you throw yourself into it. You'll learn that it's not as easy as you think it is. Conflict can be easily generated when you spend time together. It's not easy for two people with completely different personalities to be together." When he was finished talking, Jeremy walked away, leaving Jack in deep thought. Sylvia returned to find Jack laying his upper body on her desk. His cheeks were squeezed against his arms, but still, he looked pretty. He was staring into the air, probably thinking about some profound scientific theory. She wouldn't know. "I'm done. Let's go." As Sylvia grabbed her bag, she saw the files on her desk. "Who brought these?" She picked up the files and browsed them. "Aren't these for the new case?" "Eh? These look quite thorough. I could really use these. Did Carlo bring them here?" "My rival in love did," Jack huffed in a muffled voice. "Jeremy?" Sylvia was surprised. "So you also think he's my rival in love?" Jack was even more unhappy. "You two made it so obvious in the courthouse. I'm not stupid," replied Sylvia. "He's so nice to you," said Jack. "He found useful materials for you, while I can't help at all. All I can do is send you some earthy gifts, such as flowers." He called a $3 million flower an earthy gift. Sylvia's mouth twitched slightly. Jack's sad face reminded her of Jackie. Every time she refused to hug the dog would put on a sad face like that. She suddenly started to miss Jackie. She wasn't a good owner. She always left him at home. "You're distracted." Jack's face paled. "Are you thinking about your ex-boyfriend? Would he be abandoned in just a few days after he just got together with her?" "No, I'm thinking about Jackie." Sylvia shook her head. "Who's Jackie?" Jack stood up in a panic. "Do I have other rivals in love?" "Jackie is my dog," Sylvia laughed. "I'm talking to you about Jeremy. Why are you thinking about your dog?" Jack was confused. "When did you get a dog? Why is the dog named Jackie? Your dog and I have the same name." I didn't name the dog, my brother did." Sylvia lied. She couldn't tell him that he was the reason why the dog was named Jackie. Sylvia put the files that Jeremy gave her into the cabinet and locked them up. No matter why Jeremy sorted those files for her, she had to accept them. After all, they were really important. "Sylvia, this is for you." Jack suddenly took out a small ring and handed it to Sylvia. The ring looked like a water drop, sparkling. Sylvia was stunned. Was he giving her a diamond ring already? Isn't this a little too soon?" "Soon?" Jack didn't understand. "I don't think so." "You're giving me a ring. The diamond looks big." Sylvia whispered in a low voice. This cost you a fortune, didn't it? It didn't cost any money. I made it. Jack smiled. The diamond is big but hollow. Sylvia stayed silent. All right, she was overthinking. She thought the ring was worth millions. If it was, it would be the most expensive ring that she had received from a boy. She felt both pressure and happiness when she thought about it. It's hollow because it's a weapon, Jack answered. After what happened last time, I felt you might often need to face danger. Here's a tiny button on the ring. You only need to press this button for 10 seconds when you're fighting someone. The needle in the ring will pop out when you press the button and is covered in an anesthetic. A tiny bit can paralyze your enemy for 3 hours. Sylvia was almost overjoyed to receive that gift. So I can easily put down anyone stronger than I am? Jack nodded, then said to her, When my hands recover, I'll make you a couple of more weapons for your protection. Sylvia, I can't be like Jeremy. I can't find materials for you and crack your case, but I can make many things to help you guarantee your safety. Sylvia was touched. So in the end, he was still upset about what happened earlier. You don't need to compare yourself with Jeremy, Sylvia sighed. What I want is the same as what most girls want. I only want my other half to care for me and to always love me solely. But Jack remembered what Jeremy said before leaving. He was worried, but he didn't mention it, as he was afraid that Sylvia might dislike him for talking too much. It's okay, never mind. Let's go to dinner. I've booked a table and told the restaurant that we'll be there at 7:30. We might be late if we don't leave now. All right, Sylvia nodded. The two of them went outside. The dinner place was one of the most happening places in town. Sylvia had the spicy dinner set while Jack had the light-flavored one. After spending quite some time eating the spicy food alone, Sylvia felt a little bored. She turned to Jack and gestured to him. Good boy, open your mouth. It's too spicy. Jack looked at the lamb roll, which was covered in spicy oil. It only looks spicy. Do you want me to feed you? Sylvia blinked and offered. It's delicious. Under her threat, Jack reluctantly opened his mouth. She put the lamb into his mouth. Soon enough, Jack's lips, cheeks, and eyes all turned red. He looked even prettier than some girls. It's so hot. He drank a couple of glasses of water in a row, then finally felt better. With a grievance, he glanced at Sylvia and pouted. You lied to me. Sylvia stared at his red, tempting lips. How could she not kiss those lips? She grabbed his collar, pulled him close to her, then kissed him on the lips. Jack was so shocked that he forgot about the burning feeling in his mouth. It took a while for him to come back to his senses. Even his ears had turned red. He hurriedly looked around. Thankfully, no one was paying attention to him and Sylvia. He still felt shy. How could you kiss me in public? In ancient times, what she did just now would be called a breach of morality. But somehow, he liked it so much. I don't need to explain. Sylvia grinned, then dropped her head and continued eating. Jack was stunned. At that very moment, he stared at Sylvia, who was showered under the light, feeling that she was so charming. Sylvia, feed me, he finally asked her. Sure. Sylvia gave a faint smile. Occasionally, she put the spicy food into his mouth. Jack was disappointed because Sylvia didn't kiss him again after he ate the spicy food. Even after they got into the car, Jack still looked upset. What's wrong? Sylvia finally detected that something was probably wrong with him. Is your stomach not feeling well? No. Jack raised his head. His vivid red lips moved slightly, but no sound was uttered. Just tell me. Sylvia furrowed her brow slightly and confronted him. If you don't like lamb, you can just tell me. It's not like that. I like the lamb. Jack unhappily dropped his head and said, I ate the spicy once again, but you didn't give me another kiss. So in the end, he thought she kissed him before to reward him for eating the spicy food. No wonder he kept asking her to feed him. He wanted her to kiss him again, didn't he? Sylvia almost burst into laughter. So you ate it on purpose? I didn't know, she exclaimed. I didn't. Jack felt embarrassed. Sylvia looked at him, raised her brows, and said, You're a man. How can you always want me to kiss you? I already kissed you twice. Jack stopped short, then asked in confusion, Sylvia, what do you mean? Am I allowed to kiss you? Guess. Sylvia blushed slightly, then started the car. Jack blinked and answered, I don't have the guts to mess around. If I guessed wrong, the consequence would be unimaginably bad. You're such a tough girl, I'm afraid you might beat me up for kissing you without permission. Sylvia wasn't happy to hear that. She had even forgotten to step on the gas. Who's tough? She asked. I'm not tough. I'm a tender, sweet, adorable girl. Seeing her get mad, Jack hurriedly changed his words. Yes, you are. You are sweet, lovely, tender, and pretty. You're the most perfect girl I've ever met. Do I have any flaws? Sylvia curved her lips into a small smile with satisfaction. No. Jack shook his head quickly. You have great taste. Sylvia happily rubbed his head and started the car again. Jack dropped his head and then put his hand on the area that she had just touched. It was so comfortable. Was he really allowed to kiss Sylvia? Would she hit him? That wasn't important, though. He just didn't want her to be unhappy. Which cinema are we going to now? Sylvia asked him. Where is it? Here. Jack hurriedly showed her the address that Mr. Maxwell had sent him. This isn't a cinema. This is a private theater. Sylvia instantly recognized the address. What's the difference? Jack didn't understand. Seeing the curious look in his eyes, Sylvia figured that it was probably Mr. Maxwell who booked the tickets for him. Mr. Maxwell was such an old fox. It was the first time they went to a movie together, and he picked a private theater. If she was going with another boy, she would have started to worry. However, Jack was different. He was so innocent that he didn't even dare to kiss her. If her appetite for him was aroused, she would have to restrain herself in the theater. The theater wasn't far away, and the traffic was light. It only took them about 20 minutes to drive there. Sylvia parked the car, then prepared to get off. Abruptly, Jack called her. Sylvia. Yeah? Sylvia turned back to see his face. Before she could react, he gently pressed his lips against hers. The colorful lights on the street shone into his long eyelashes and his shy eyes. He looked so pretty, like an art piece crafted by God himself. Sylvia's heart skipped a beat. She stayed motionless, waiting for him to make another move. The moment was so perfect for a romantic kiss. She spent quite a while waiting, but he wasn't moving at all. His body wasn't as tense as it was at first, though. Jack slowly moved his lips away from hers and whispered, It was such a long kiss. Sylvia didn't know what to say. Was that even a kiss? It was just lips pressing against each other. Jack seemed to have enjoyed it so much. Seeing the look of satisfaction on his face, Sylvia wasn't sure if she should laugh or be mad. He was such an innocent, old-school boy. Sylvia, you do not look happy. Why? Was I too rude? Jack grew nervous. No. Sylvia worried that he might not have the courage to kiss her ever again, so she hurriedly shook her head. Jack sighed with relief. He had a joyful look in his eyes. Sylvia wasn't unhappy, meaning that he could always kiss her. He was thrilled to realize that. Then, what do you think about my kissing skills? Sylvia honestly didn't know what to say. Did he use any skill at all? Any person could do what he did. It wasn't skillful at all. However, as the boy was looking at her with his sparkling eyes, she didn't have the heart to say anything bad to him. Good, she said. I'm glad you liked it. Jack coyly scratched his head. When the two of them just got out of the car, Sylvia was still feeling a little confused while Jack was happy. They went upstairs into the private theater. There were some people already there. The place looked really fancy as it had a game room, a coffee house, and some crane machines. There were also snacks for the customers. They arrived a little too early. It wasn't time for them to enter the theater room. So Sylvia played a few rounds of the game outside and then spent some money on the crane machines. She didn't win any prizes from the machines, though. Don't play this. It seems easy, but it's actually a trick. Jack hurriedly pointed at an unnoticeable doll in a corner. Sylvia sighed. It's hard to win a doll. Last year, I spent over 100 to catch a tiny keychain. Let me. Jack smilingly put 2 coins into the machine. Before long, he caught a small brown teddy bear. Sylvia was so surprised that she even hopped a little. She took over the teddy bear and kissed him on the cheek. You're amazing! How did you do it? Tell me about the trick. She jumped. Seeing the girl acting so passionately, Jack felt like drowning from the sweetness in his heart. He had seen people playing the crane machines on the street. He found that childish back then, but now, as he was playing it with the girl he liked, he understood why so many boys like to play the crane machines with girls. However, those boys were so dumb. The game was so easy, but they barely won anything for the girls. It's easy. Either when you did it, I calculated its speed and strength, so I could tell which one could be caught and which one could not, Jack said, carefully explaining it to her. Do I need to tell you about the equation that I used? Don't bother, Sylvia said. He called it simple. No ordinary person could possibly do that. How about you stand behind me, hold my hand, and help me do it? With that idea, Sylvia hurriedly put herself in his arms and put her hand on the joystick. Jack's chest was pressed tightly against her back. His face was so pink. He glanced at her delicate hand on the joystick, then took a deep breath, laid his hand upon hers, then helped her catch a pink piglet from the machine. About 10 minutes later, the two of them had won over 10 stuffed toys from the machine. The other girls all started to look at them with jealousy. One of them even complained to her boyfriend, saying, You're so clumsy. You can't even catch one of these for me. Look at her boyfriend. He caught one every minute, and every single one he caught is cuter than the previous one. He's just lucky, the boy murmured. Can luck get him that many toys? It's called capability, the girl said grumpily. The boy wasn't happy to hear that. As Jack's girlfriend, Sylvia enjoyed being stared at by so many girls with jealousy. She raised her head to glance at Jack. He didn't have a pointed chin. His chin was perfectly shaped, and the light pouring down from above made him look even more handsome than before. Her man was amazing. With that thought, she turned back, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him hard on the lips. This is your reward, she said. Thank you. The sudden kiss thrilled Jack. Sylvia, I'll empty this machine for you. The manager who was coming towards them heard what he said. The man's legs trembled a little. Madam? Sir! You've gotten quite a lot of toys from the machine already. We're still trying to do business here. Can you please stop? How about I treat you to coffee on the house? Sylvia understood the manager's meaning. She already had quite a lot of stuffed toys anyway. She nodded and said, Keep these toys for us. I'll come and get them after the movie. At 7:30, as the two of them were walking toward the theater room, Sylvia was still holding a stuffed toy in her hands. Sylvia, I didn't know you liked stuffed toys. Jack was surprised. Why can't I like stuffed toys? Sylvia gave him a cold glance and said, Do you think that I'm like a boy and I shouldn't keep things like this? No. Jack turned his eyes away, blinking. That was exactly what he thought. 2 minutes later, the waiter pushed open the door of the room. The room was tastefully decorated. The ceiling looked like a starry night sky. On the table were fruits, snacks, and a bottle of wine. However, there were no chairs in the room, only a round bed. Jack was a little confused. Where are we sitting? He stuttered to ask the waiter. On the bed. The waiter looked at them in a meaningful way. Jack felt as if the bottom of his feet were on fire. Sylvia wasn't doing any better than he was. She knew that Mr. Maxwell wasn't up to something good, but she did not expect to see only a bed in the room. How could Mr. Maxwell do that? Can we switch rooms? You need to book the room in advance. We don't have a spare room for you now. Besides, this room is booked for the whole night. You can watch any movie you'd like. The waiter explained, then put on a movie for them. Earlier, when you booked this room, you asked for this movie. I prepared it for you. You can sit down and start watching. If you want to switch the movie, use the remote control. After she was finished talking, the waiter closed the door and left. The sound of the movie echoed through the small room. Jack stood there in confusion. When Sylvia looked at him with a faint smile, he hurriedly raised his right hand and defended himself. I swear I didn't tell Mr. Maxwell to book the room for the whole night. Sylvia glared at him and huffed. I'll book the tickets next time. She really shouldn't have given him such a task. I'm sorry, I didn't know Mr. Maxwell would do this. Jack was so upset. What should we do now? Are we going to lie on the same bed? Forget it. This isn't a bed anyway, it's a sofa bed. We'll head home after finishing one film. Sylvia sat down and leaned on the bed. There were a lot of cushions on the bed, so it was comfortable. She wasn't worried. He was so conservative that he wouldn't do anything to her, not even if Mr. Maxwell had drugged him. Seeing her lying on the bed, Jack slowly laid down too. It was the first time he lay on a bed with a girl. He felt so nervous and shy. Sylvia, do you want anything to eat? He turned to look at Sylvia, feeling that she was too far away from him. He moved slightly closer to her without thinking. In the end, he accidentally touched her hand. He wasn't prepared for that. He flinched, worrying that Sylvia might think he was trying to do something to her on the bed. As she made no reaction, he sighed with relief. At that moment, he heard a man and woman gasping. He turned to the screen and saw a man and woman kissing passionately. The man's hands were all over the woman's body. It was nothing like the way he kissed Sylvia. His face and ears turned red, but he didn't turn his eyes away from the screen. Sylvia was feeling awkward too. She knew that Mr. Maxwell wouldn't pick a normal film. She turned to glare at Jack but found him staring at the screen without blinking. Jack? She kicked his leg and said, Did you bring me here to watch this kind of film on purpose? No. Jack shook his head quickly. But you seem to be enjoying it, Sylvia snorted. As her voice faded, the man and the woman on the screen started some further interactions. Not much flesh was seen, but the arousing postures and the breathing sound all pointed out the theme. Jack suddenly felt hot. He hurriedly sat up and took off his coat. What are you doing? Sylvia gave a start, looking at him vigilantly. I'm feeling hot. I think the air isn't conditioned in this room, said Jack with a dry voice. Hearing that, Sylvia started feeling hot too. However, the theater was a public place. Sylvia figured the film wouldn't go too far. Thankfully, the man and the woman stopped making out. However, they started to have sex. Sylvia couldn't bear watching it. She sat up, picked up the remote control, and stopped playing the film. Jack sighed with relief. He felt bad about his mistake. Sylvia, you picked the film, he said. At last, Sylvia picked a Hollywood movie that was released not long ago. Jack rarely watched movies like that, but he was willing to watch anything that Sylvia liked. Sylvia, would you like some fruit? Yeah, bring me some. Sylvia found watching a movie on the bed enjoyable. Being a police officer was a demanding job. She always felt tired, but now she relaxed like a lazy cat. Jack fawningly served fruit to her. Which one would you like? Seeing the grapefruit on the plate, Sylvia recalled how Aaron always asked April to peel grapefruit for him. With that thought, she said to Jack, Peel me some grapefruit. Sure. Jack carefully peeled it, but he wasn't good at it. As he finally finished peeling the fruit and handed it to Sylvia, she opened her mouth and said, Feed me. Jack paused for a few seconds and hurriedly said, Sure, you are my queen. I should be feeding you. You didn't need to remind me of that. Good boy. Sylvia loved it. She thought for a moment, took a picture, then sent it to Aaron along with the message. Brother, my boyfriend is peeling grapefruit for me. All I need to do is open my mouth. Sylvia, eating grapefruit must have made you tired. Here, have some lemonade, said Jack. Sylvia took a sip of the drink and tasted the sweetness of honey. Be quiet, I'm watching the movie, Sylvia glared at him. Jack immediately shut his mouth. He didn't dare say another word, but quietly put food into her mouth. After Sylvia's stomach was full, Jack laid down by her side and held her hand. She had calluses on her palms. Jack picked up her hand and spent a short while looking at it. Seeing that she was focused on the movie, he sneakily kissed the back of her hand. After kissing her, he looked at her face. She didn't seem to have felt the kiss at all, so he kissed her again. The back of Sylvia's hand was itchy. She was looking at the screen, but through the corner of her eye, she was also paying attention to Jack. Her eyes grasped every small movement of his. Seeing the boy kiss her stealthily, she didn't have the heart to tell him that she knew what he was doing. Because of her connivance, Jack's small feeling of courage grew larger and larger. He also moved closer and closer to her. As he moved his chest toward her, Sylvia put her head down on his chest. Jack felt flattered. Before, they had just hugged, but now she was leaning into his arms. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the girl who was leaning on his chest. It was the first time he found her so much like a little bird, resting upon a man. He really wished the movie could be longer than it was. He wanted so much to hold her tight. As that thought popped into his head, he tried to put a hand on her waist. He had accidentally touched her waist earlier when they were playing a game, but back then, the two of them weren't alone. With an arm around her, he felt so sweet. But still, it wasn't enough. He landed his eyes on her full lips. Earlier, she didn't stop him from kissing her, so he figured that he could do it again. He clenched his fist and struggled for about 5 minutes. He then took a very deep breath and whispered to her, "Sylvia, What?" He leaned his head toward her for a few times and then moved back. Sylvia had noticed and found it amusing. He only wanted to kiss her. Why was he so timid? You are amazing. The movie you picked is fabulous." Jack recalled Sylvia kissing him after he won her a toy from the crane machine. He thought for a moment, then quickly complimented her and then kissed her on the lips. Sylvia was stunned by his silly excuse. Before she could react, he tried to put his tongue into her mouth. She trembled slightly and opened her eyes. Her eyelashes were like long feathers. She saw the boy close his eyes tight. His eyelashes were shaking, probably because he was nervous. Her heart was softened, occupied by sweetness. She reached out and put her arms around his waist. Jack held his breath. Her aroma filled up his nostrils, and her soft body was lying underneath him. He seemed to have finally figured out why most men wanted to get married. The scenes from the film that he watched earlier flashed through his mind. Once again, he tried to open her mouth with his tongue. When their tongues tangled together, he felt sweetness, as if he was tasting a fresh fruit which was sweet and juicy. He seemed to have understood that it was a real kiss. What happened before was nothing in comparison with a real kiss. It was like the two of them had grown closer to each other. He didn't know how long the kiss lasted. The longer it lasted, the more he liked it, and the more he didn't want to stop. He even wished he could kiss her until the morning. Sadly, Sylvia turned her face away suddenly. "Sylvia, don't you want to kiss me again?" Maybe the kiss had lasted too long. His voice was deep and dry, sounding indescribably tempting in the darkness. Sylvia's thumping heart skipped a beat. She felt as if a tiny hand was scratching her heart, making her feel itchy and numb. "We've kissed for a long time. I need to watch the movie." Fortunately, the room was dark and he couldn't see how red her cheeks were. Jack kissed her a little rusty at first, but later he kissed her harder and harder. It was probably an instinct for men. Oh, Jack felt disappointed. After the intimate interaction, he completely lost interest in the movie. He had just kissed her for the first time and he wanted to do it again. He worried that Sylvia might be unhappy, so he had no other choice but to restrain his desire. Finally, the movie ended. It was already about 10 p.m. Sylvia picked up her coat and prepared to get up. However, he abruptly held her hand and stopped her. She turned back and found Jack looking at her with sparkling eyes, just like how Jackie looked at meat. What? She grew nervous under his gaze. "I want another kiss," Jack confessed, then quickly leaned toward her and put an arm around her waist. Sylvia's breath stopped short. Now he had tasted her kiss and would never stop wanting more. She trusted him, but the two of them were on a bed. She didn't dare to take the risk. The boy was clearly waiting for a kiss. Sylvia dropped her head, kissed him on the lips, then said, "Let's go." "That's not what I was talking about." Jack pressed his lips together and said, I want what we did just now. Sylvia blushed scarlet. Don't push it, she whispered. We kissed for so long today. I'm sorry. Sylvia seemed to be a little unhappy, so Jack hurriedly got up from the bed, feeling upset. He was probably too rude. After all, it was only their first official date. They had already laid on the same bed and had kissed for a long time. He really shouldn't want more. But he couldn't help it. He tried it for the first time, and he couldn't help wanting more. When leaving the room, he felt that holding her hand wasn't enough. He wanted to hold her. He hated to part with her. After leaving the theater, Jack put a few stuffed toys into the trunk, then turned to Sylvia. Don't drive me home. Just go straight to your house. I'll ask the chauffeur to pick me up, and I'll carry these things upstairs for you since there are too many. Do you want to go to my apartment? Sylvia turned, looking him in the eyes. It's not like that. I'm just worried that you might not be able to carry all these upstairs by yourself. Jack blushed. Also, I don't want you to always drive me home, and the daisy needs fertilizer. So you're prepared, Sylvia snorted, raised her eyebrows, and said, You won't refuse to leave once you go inside my place, will you? Of course I won't. Jack blushed scarlet. What kind of person do you think I am? Like you've never done that before? Sylvia poked his chest and answered. You followed me every time you got lost. You even slept in my brother's place and mine. At that time, I found you so warm. Jack felt ashamed to hear her mention that. He didn't realize that before, but after he got together with her, he learned that boys and girls could really be different sometimes. I guess I fell for you at first sight, he smiled. You were saying sweet words now. I never heard you say anything like that before. All you did was follow me everywhere. How could you fall for me at first sight? I cried like hell in front of you when we first met. You looked pretty when you were crying, Jack whispered. Sylvia smiled, feeling sweetness in her heart. After all, every girl liked to hear compliments, but still she wasn't sure if he was telling the truth or not. Then you touched me. Jack felt very shy to mention it. No one has ever touched me. Speaking of that, Sylvia really wished there was a hole for her to crawl into. That was an accident, she exclaimed. I get it. I touched you, so I left a deep impression. Is that true? What if I didn't touch you? What if it was someone else? Jack stopped short, carefully thought about it, then furrowed his brows and let out one word, saying, Disgusting. Sylvia liked that answer. After getting into the car, she thought for a moment, then turned, stared at him, and said with a bossy tone, Remember, you are not allowed to let anybody touch that area of your body, men or women. I know. My mom told me that when I was little. Jack nodded and asked, What about you? Can you touch it? Ahem. Sylvia wondered if he asked that question on purpose. Me? I'm, of course, an exception, she answered. Oh, I get it. So you're the only one in the world who can touch that part of me. Jack looked at her and smiled. The conversation got dirtier and dirtier. Sylvia felt a little awkward. Don't tell Mr. Maxwell about what I said to you, she ordered. I understand, he responded. No, you don't, Sylvia thought. After the car was parked in the parking lot of Sylvia's apartment, Jack carried the pile of stuffed animals into the elevator. Once the door was opened, a short-legged dog swiftly rushed at Sylvia, jumped on her thighs, and barked loudly, looking pitiful. All right. I'm sorry that I came home late. I know that you're so lonely. Sylvia hurriedly held Jackie in her arms and petted him. Jackie enjoyed the petting very much. He rubbed against Sylvia's chest with his head, staring at Jack with one eye in an unfriendly way. He seemed to not like the strange guest. Jack envied Jackie. He and the dog shared the same name, but why were they treated so differently? He also wanted Sylvia to stroke his neck. Sylvia, don't hold it. Dogs have parasites. It's dirty. Sylvia knitted her brows and said, No, I take him to the pet salon for a shower every week. He has all his vaccines. He's clean. I don't think so, said Jack with a muffled voice. This type of dog sheds a lot. Living in such an environment might easily cause respiratory diseases. Not to mention the fact that you don't like cleaning your place. Do you not like dogs? Sylvia was suffering from a headache. If that were the case, things would become more troublesome. Didn't you say that you like me? If you like me, can't you accept my pet? Jackie's my family. Ever since the day I decided to have him, I've been telling myself that I will never abandon him. As Sylvia's tone of speaking grew serious, Jack panicked. He hurriedly explained, saying, "That's not what I meant. I just felt that you should be close to me, not to a dog." "So, you're not jealous of Jackie, are you?" Sylvia slightly raised her brows and gave a faint smile. Jack embarrassedly dropped and scratched the back of his head. "I'm thirsty. I want some water," he said. He walked toward the kitchen with his head held low. Sylvia watched him flee into the kitchen. She found him so cute. She wanted so much to press him down onto the bed. It was the first time he used Sylvia's water cooler. He spent quite a while trying to figure it out, but still didn't know which button to press. He couldn't find the glasses either. From behind him, Sylvia handed him a disposable cup and said, "This button's for warm water." Jack poured himself a cup of water, then took a gulp. He then saw Sylvia's smiling, pretty face. "Aren't you going to let me have some?" she asked him. Jack stopped short and handed her the cup of water without thinking. Sylvia shook her head, then leaned her head slowly toward him. Her full, moist lips curved into a foxy smile. "I want a drink from your mouth," she whispered. Jack gawked at her. His brain was buzzing. Jack's fair skin had turned red. Even his breath became shallow and uneven. He slightly moved his lips. Before he could do anything else, Sylvia had thrown herself on him and pressed her lips against his. Jack automatically opened his mouth to welcome her. After the kiss, Jack finally realized what was happening. He mumbled, "I'm so sorry, I've swallowed the water. Maybe I should put some more in my mouth?" "Silly boy, I was joking with you." Sylvia found the nervous voice so adorable and innocent. She really enjoyed making him nervous without knowing what to do. She liked to see him feeling shy. After she was finished talking, she closed her eyes and kissed him again. Jack spent a few seconds in a daze, then kissed her deeply. He didn't have enough of her back in the theater. To his surprise, he was allowed to kiss her again in the apartment. Jack was thrilled. How come Sylvia was so good at tempting him? Time and time again, he tried to stop, but could not. Jackie raised his head and looked at the two people. He couldn't bear being ignored, so he barked and scratched at their trousers with his claws. The dog was so noisy, the two people couldn't concentrate on kissing. After kissing, Jack angrily squatted, stared at Jackie, and said to him, "You are very noisy." Jackie blinked, looked at him for a while, then suddenly put its forelimbs on his knees and gave him a lick on the lips. Sylvia was stunned, as was Jack. When he realized what had just happened, he immediately stood up and wiped his mouth as hard as possible. He then rushed to the tap to wash his mouth out as if his lips were tainted by venom. He had just kissed Sylvia. His mouth was full of her aroma, so he was reluctant to wipe it away. However, his lips were polluted by a dog. After spending a while cleaning himself, he looked at Sylvia with a grievance and said, "Sylvia, why is your dog such a rascal? Come on, kiss me again to remove its scent, or I might suffer psychological trauma." Sylvia gave him a glance with pity, then shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't think I can kiss you now." Jack felt upset. He dropped his head and saw Jackie circling his feet. "Jackie seems to like you. Oh, I forgot to tell you that she's a girl." Sylvia tried not to laugh out loud. Jack's face instantly twisted as if he had eaten poop. Sylvia bent over, rubbed Jackie's head, and said to the dog, "Jackie, you can't be like this. I'm telling you, this man is mine. You're not allowed to kiss him again. Do you understand?" After saying that, she poked Jackie's head. Jack felt much better. As Sylvia stood up, he put his arm around her from behind, buried his head in her neck, and whispered to her with a soft voice, "I'm yours." That soft voice melted Sylvia's heart. Jackie was nothing. She was far less cute than he was, and could never be as coquettish as him. Sylvia had never seen such a coquettish man before. When she was with Jeremy, he was always the one leading their relationship. Added to the fact that he was always serious, Sylvia never had the courage to do what she did to Jack to him. She drooled at his body, but never dared to make any move but watch. Now, Sylvia turned around, looked Jack straight in the eyes, and whispered, "Yes, you are mine. From now on, you are not allowed to look at other women or be kissed by any dog, not even mine." "Oh, okay." Jack nodded shyly. Silly boy. Sylvia couldn't hold it anymore. She put her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him again. She liked him more and more. Jack felt so sweet in the heart. At that moment, door knocks could be heard. "Who's that?" Sylvia knitted her brows. "It's so late, it can't be anyone good. You wait here, I'll get the door." Jack held her and didn't let her go to the door. Sylvia looked at the nervous boy's back, wanting to laugh. She was a policewoman. How could she be afraid of the bad guys? However, his being at home with her did provide her with a sense of security, even though she was a policewoman. Jack looked outside through the peephole, then turned and said to her, "It's your brother." Sylvia was stunned. Why did Aaron come all the way to her apartment so late at night? Was he jealous of her because she had peeled grapefruits? "Brother has a key. Just open the door." Sylvia waved her hand. Jack opened the door. Aaron's cold face grew even colder when he saw him. "What are you doing here so late?" Aaron asked. Jack blushed when hearing that question. What happened when he first came in flashed through his mind and made him feel shy. "I'm here too." "Why are you so mean to my boyfriend?" Sylvia walked over, pulled Jack behind herself, then told her brother. "We were out on a date tonight. We watched a movie together. He got me a lot of stuffed toys from the crane machine. I couldn't carry them all up here, so I asked him to carry those toys for me." "Yeah? Why is his face so red then?" Aaron narrowed his eyes and observed the two. The two people were still neatly dressed. However, based on his experience, he could tell for sure that something happened between them just now. Thankfully, he arrived on time. If he came a little bit later, something worse might have happened between that young, horny couple. He would never let the boy take advantage of his sister before he even proposed to her. "I feel hot," Jack stuttered to answer the question. "You should feel hot. After all, you're a boy, she's a girl, and you two were here alone." Aaron gave a fake smile. Jack dropped his head. Aaron had pointed out exactly what he was thinking. Sylvia glared at her brother. "Do you know what time it is now? What are you doing here? Why aren't you home with your wife and kid?" "I came here to give you a surprise check." Aaron changed his shoes, walked in, and said, "April will come home at 12. Apple's sleeping. I have time." Sylvia's mouth corners twitched slightly. She understood. April wasn't home, so he came to discipline his sister. "Oh, the picture you sent me earlier?" Aaron took out his phone with a smile. "Why does the background look like a bed? Didn't you guys go for a movie?" Sylvia fell into silence. She was so eager to show off to her brother that she didn't pay attention to the background in the photo at all. Jack, who was still standing beside Sylvia, almost froze. If Sylvia's brother found out that he and Sylvia had lain on the same bed on their first date, her brother might think of him as an indecent man. Aaron looked around, then gave a cold smile and said, "You didn't go to that kind of theater which had a bed in each room, did you?" Jack hardly dared to breathe. "We did. So what? I booked the tickets," said Sylvia lazily. "We're together now. Why do you care so much about our date? Just mind your own business." "You failed your last relationship and wasted so many years. How can I not care about you?" Aaron's face was black as thunder. "Don't you take the credit. I bet it was him who booked the tickets. You might be bold sometimes, but not this bold." After saying that, he turned, stared at Jack, and sneered. "I thought you were a good one. You've only been together for a few days, but already you took her to a theater that had a bed in it? You are quite intentioned. Tell me, what did you want to do to my sister?" I'm sorry." Jack felt so ashamed that he even wanted to crawl into a hole. "Why are you apologizing?" Sylvia shielded him and said, "Don't make it sound like you've never laid on the same bed with April before you two got married. Don't tell me that you never had premarital sex. I won't believe it." "Yes, we did lie on the same bed before we got married. But we did no more than simply lie under the covers, said Aaron. Besides, who am I? Since the moment I chose her, I decided I'd never abandon her. I'd be responsible for her until the end of the day. You are too young. You have no idea that not every man is like your brother. Jeremy is like a brother of mine, but still, I kept a close eye on him when you were with him, not to mention this guy. Earlier, I agreed with you, but now things are different, Sylvia said with regret. I can be with anyone I want to be with, and I can sleep with anyone I want to sleep with. I need to free myself before I turn old. You... Aaron was so angry that he even started shaking. That is wrong. What if the guy's lying to you? You would end up with a broken heart and a lost virginity. That's the worst result you could ever expect. I'm telling you, the reason you managed to break up with Jeremy is that... Before he could finish, he suddenly realized that Jack was on the scene, so he paused, turned, and glared at Jack again. Jack hurriedly said to him, Brother, I'm definitely in love with Sylvia with sincerity. I'm not just playing around. I really want to marry her. I can swear to you that I will never have intercourse with Sylvia before we get married. If I violate my oath, I'll... You what? Sylvia interrupted him. You don't need to swear on something like that. Aren't you going to go fertilize the flowers? Go. Okay. Receiving Sylvia's signal, Jack obediently went to the balcony to take care of the daisy. After watching him leave, Sylvia said to Aaron with a low voice, Brother, he's a really good one. I've seen so many guys, but none of them are as innocent as he is. What's happening between us isn't like what you think. On the contrary, it's me who's been taking the initiative. You believe that we can't have sex until we get married, but I don't think that's necessary. I think we can do it as long as we like each other. No matter if we'll get married in the end or not, we won't have regrets. I was too old school before. From this day on, I will live a free, passionate life. I will do whatever I want. Seeing the serious look on his sister's face, Aaron's heart flipped. What did Jack do that made Sylvia so obsessed with him? Are you out of your mind? You're a girl and my sister. You haven't been getting much of an allowance from our family lately, but you still own several properties. Your assets are worth at least hundreds of millions. You should be the kind of girl boys will walk to the ends of the earth for. Are you behaving this way because you're lonely after being single for a whole year? You seem vulnerable to this guy's charm and looks. You should be immune to those things. After all, you grew up with me, such a good-looking guy. I grew up under your constant torment. That's exactly why I realized I need a man to take care of me, announced Sylvia coldly. Jack can beat you in a card game in a minute, and he's mastered all sorts of high-tech stuff. If you ever dare to bully me again, he'll take revenge on you for me. You were brainwashed. Aaron was so angry his chest was heaving. He spun around and plopped himself down on the couch. Just go home, Sylvia said. I'm not leaving. Aaron crossed his legs and said, I will not let him stay here. Sylvia wasn't sure how to respond to that. On the other hand, she wasn't planning on letting Jack spend the night with her either. With no other choice, she sneakily texted April. Bzz, bzz, bzz. It was Aaron's phone. He quickly picked up. Dear, chirped April. I'm on my way home. I miss you. I'm hungry. Can you please ask the chef to make something for me? Sure. Aaron instantly sat up straight. Seeing the light on the balcony, he hesitated. He thought for a moment and said, I'll call the chef and tell her to prepare something for you. I'll be home later. I'm at Sylvia's place. What are you doing at Sylvia's place? Just come home. I'm performing my duty as her brother. Don't worry, I'll be home soon, said Aaron seriously. Hearing that made Sylvia's mouth corners twitch. She had had enough of her brother. What in the world had happened to him tonight? Thankfully, Jack returned from the balcony. Sylvia, I just gave some fertilizer to the daisy. It's getting late. I should be going. It is late indeed. I'll go with you. Aaron stood up. Brother, don't give him a hard time on your way out, said Sylvia, knitting her brows. He's full of high tech. How could I give him a hard time? Said Aaron blandly. Besides, if he wants to marry you, He'll need to face me alone sooner or later. I'm not a monster. Sylvia, it's okay. Mr. Maxwell's downstairs, said Jack in a soft voice. Sylvia nodded and walked the two of them to the elevator. As soon as the elevator door closed, Aaron looked Jack in the eye and said, Sylvia likes to go against me sometimes. I can't discipline her. But I'm warning you, you're not allowed to have sex with her until you two get married. No intercourse. Of course, I'm not an unfeeling person. You are allowed to kiss her, but only kissing. Oh, okay. Jack nodded quickly. You have to understand how important the first time can be for a girl, Aaron continued. I don't want her to get hurt again. Of course, if you two end up getting married, I'll be very happy for you. But since you just got together, you need to control yourself. To be honest, I'm saying this to you because I don't know you well. As her brother, I'm worried about her. I understand. Jack's cheeks were burning. Indeed, he shouldn't be in the same bed with her before marriage. It might damage her reputation. Brother, I'll keep what you said in mind, said Jack. Don't call me brother, Aaron furrowed his brows. You are Sylvia's brother, so you're my brother too. Jack shook his head. Okay, then listen to your brother. Aaron thought for a moment and then nodded. Sure. On the ground floor, the two of them walked out of the elevator. Mr. Maxwell was waiting for Jack. Mr. Kipling, the car is parked outside. Remember what I told you, Aaron reminded Jack. Then he left, looking very proud of himself. Observing this parting gesture, Mr. Maxwell frowned and asked Jack, What did Mr. Bennett just say to you? Jack glanced at him with a serious look and said, Mr. Maxwell, please don't book a room for me in that kind of theater room again without my permission. I'm not an indecent man. Mr. Kipling, I wasn't trying to make you two do something in that room, Mr. Maxwell explained. I just wanted you two to feel comfortable when watching the movie. Don't misunderstand me. Young people like it. What about that movie? Jack blushed. He wasn't satisfied with Mr. Maxwell's explanation. I was trying to help you and Miss Bennett, Mr. Maxwell smiled and said. Based on the frequency of your dates and how busy Miss Bennett is, it might have taken months for you two to start holding hands. You have to push your relationship forward when you both feel good about each other. Your speed can easily wear out the passion and ruin the relationship. Jack paused with surprise. If Mr. Maxwell hadn't mentioned that, he wouldn't have realized it. He thought love grew bit by bit. You have kissed each other tonight, haven't you? Mr. Maxwell abruptly asked a question. Jack blushed scarlet. He bit his lip but didn't say a word. Mr. Maxwell smiled. Miss Bennett didn't turn you down, did she? Jack shook his head, his cheeks crimson. Tonight, in the kitchen, Sylvia was so seductive. She even kissed him so aggressively and made his heart pound. That's what I'm trying to say, said Mr. Maxwell. Miss Bennett is a brave girl. I think she should be frank and straightforward. About some things, you shouldn't be too restrained. If you always need her to take the initiative, she might get bored over time. That point was not lost on Jack. But earlier tonight, Aaron told him he was only allowed to kiss Sylvia. Meanwhile, Aaron drove back to the villa. April was already home eating noodles in the living room. Where's the baby? Aaron asked. Is he sleeping? Shush, let me finish my noodles. April pushed him away and asked, Have you been to Sylvia's place? Yeah. Aaron instantly pulled a sullen look and said, Those two went to the theater that had a bed in the room. They've only been together for a few days, but they're already lying in the same bed? How ridiculous. I talked to Sylvia. She's been brainwashed. She refuses to listen to me. I could only warn Jack. I told him not to touch my sister before marrying her. Why? April asked, blinking. They can't have premarital sex, of course. Aaron made himself sound very reasonable. To achieve the last step, they have to get married. Otherwise, I will never forgive him. I see. April nodded. Her pretty face looked like a peach blossom. May I ask you a question? Why did you touch me before we got married? I proposed to you, Aaron responded quickly. You took advantage of me before proposing, didn't you? April's face grew colder. Who shamelessly got into my bed over and over again and lied to me that I carried you to my bed? When we shared a bed, didn't you do more than just kiss me? Your hands were all over me. Am I not right? You did everything but penetration. Erin blinked. She was right. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. You forced someone to do the thing you failed to do. Why? Was it because I'm not your little sister? Did you think that I could be touched before marriage? Or did you think that you could do anything you wanted to me because I had no family back then? Erin was at a loss for words. He wasn't expecting April to suddenly give him trouble. She looked pretty mad. Of course not, he said. It was because the guy was me. I'm the best man in the world. Since the first day we got together, I already decided to marry you. If all men in the world were like me, I wouldn't have to worry. But nowadays, there are too many selfish guys out there who are just pretending to be nice. April was so angry she even laughed. Stop flattering yourself. You are simply lascivious. Babe, how can you say that? He was outraged. You know how nice I am to you since we got together. You can't forget it. I think of you as the most important person in my life. Even our son isn't as important as you are. April smiled coldly and said, If we had a girl, you would have forgotten about me long ago. You just don't like boys. That's not true. Erin wasn't backing down from their argument. All men are selfish. April even lost her appetite for the noodles. She angrily stood up and said, Stay out of my room tonight. Why? Erin didn't agree, nor did he understand. Are we fighting because of Jack? I'm feeling uncomfortable. As I've said before, look in the mirror before criticizing others. I can tell you for sure that Jack is much more innocent than you are. At least he didn't have an ex-girlfriend. What about you? Your ex-girlfriend was your moonlight. We were fighting back then. I said that on purpose to make you mad, Erin said. You're my only moonlight. We've married. Are we going to get into a fight over that? Compared to you, Sylvia is a thorn in my side. Saying all these things now isn't going to help. What you said earlier tonight made me very uncomfortable, April said. Then she went upstairs, slammed the door, and locked it from the inside. Erin cursed Jack so hard in his head. After arriving home, Jack sneezed a few times. He rubbed his nose, wondering who was cursing him. After showering, Sylvia called him. Did my brother warn you not to touch me before we got married when you two left my apartment together? How did you know? Jack asked, surprised. I knew it! Sylvia snorted coldly. Jack said to her in a low voice, Sylvia, your brother's right. He cares about you. I already promised him I wouldn't do that. I won't have intercourse with you before we get married. Except for kissing you, I won't do anything. Sylvia was floored. Only kissing before they got married? God, how could she possibly live like that? Earlier tonight, she was already thinking about how she should take off his clothes and activate his animal nature. You don't need to listen to my brother's words so seriously. Don't take them to heart. He's never done that himself. Sylvia tried to talk him out of it. He slept with sis-in-law every night before he proposed to her. Really? Jack frowned, thought for a moment, and said, No, I can't give up because he failed. I made my promise and I intend to keep it. All right, whatever you want. Since he was so determined, Sylvia decided not to push the issue. But I'm going to make this clear. I never promised not to touch you before we got married. Jack stopped short. When he figured out what she meant, his cheeks started burning. Sylvia, what do you mean? What do I mean? You're so smart. Can't you figure it out? Sylvia couldn't imagine the boy's bashful look. You can stop yourself from touching me, but I will touch you. You, Jack stuttered. He had never seen such an open-minded girl before. Good boy. Night-night. You're such a sweet-talking baby tonight. Sylvia tittered. Then she ended the call. Jack held the phone in a daze. Only after that did he climb into bed, shyly. Sylvia was such a wild girl. How come he liked her so much? The white walls and black tiles, composing a beautiful scene, looked like a tasteful ink-wash painting. The beautiful building was located near a flowing stream and a small bridge. Winnie was wearing a mask. She had spent a long time walking among people on the road that was paved with blue stones. She hadn't been here in years. The town had become more bustling than before. The stores on both sides of the road were selling all kinds of blue and white porcelain objects. After walking for a long while, Winnie stopped and knocked on a large wooden door, the light of the sinking sun bathing her shoulders in warmth. "Coming!" Soon enough, a woman's voice was heard. A woman in a gray cotton-padded coat opened the door. "Who are you?" she asked. "Auntie, it's me." Winnie slowly took off her mask, revealing her fair face. She wasn't wearing any makeup. The woman kept staring at Winnie as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She was shocked. "Winnie, you're back! You finally came home!" "Are my parents here? I've been downtown looking for them. They weren't there," answered Winnie softly. "You're home! Your parents are going to represent our country at an event, so they've been spending all their time at the kiln and drawing." Auntie hurriedly let her in. "You left home so many years ago, just for a boy. Was he worth it?" Winnie blushed with shame. Auntie guided her through an arched doorway and said, "Ever since you became a star, your mother often listens to your songs at home and watches you on TV and her phone. Her eyes always turn red every time she sees you." Before Auntie could finish, Winnie's tears had already gushed from her eyes. "Auntie, are my parents okay?" she asked. "Yeah, they're good. 2 years ago, they made you a little brother," said Auntie. Winnie was surprised. Her cousin never mentioned that to her. I'm a sister now?" "You are." As Auntie's voice faded, a little boy in a pair of jeans trotted over from the archway, talking to Auntie in a baby voice. "Auntie, I found a dragonfly." The little boy paused when he saw Winnie. He tilted his head, looked at Winnie for quite a while, then abruptly ran up to her, put his arms around her legs, and said to her, "Sister, you are my sister, aren't you?" Winnie was shocked. A minute ago, she learned she had a little brother, and a few seconds ago, she met him. She lowered her head to look at the little boy. He took after his mother. She looked more like her father. God. She was expecting to meet her son, but now she learned she had such a young brother. Her parents were quite vigorous. "Sister?" the little boy called her again. "I've seen you. Mom always looks at you on her phone. She said you're my sister." "Yes, I am your sister." Winnie squatted, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, her little brother was a real cutie pie. So much cuter than April's little brother. "Tell me, little man, what's your name?" "Joshua," he answered. "Daddy said I have to be cautious, not like my sister. She was lured away by a man." "Joshy, where are you?" A middle-aged couple walked over from the courtyard. "Mom, my sister came home." Joshua held Winnie's hand and ran toward his parents. Peril and Kendrick stopped short when they saw Winnie. After a brief pause, Kendrick said harshly to his daughter, "What are you doing here? You grew up and learned to run away from home. You already left. You shouldn't have come back." "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry." Hearing a familiar scolding from her father, Winnie couldn't help but let the tears flow. She took a step forward, knelt on the ground, and said, "I made a mistake. I didn't know what was right." "I'm surprised you're aware of that." Kendrick was so angry his face reddened. "I told you not to be with that boy, but you wouldn't listen. You thought I was trying to tear you two apart, so you left us and ran off to be with him? How on earth did our family raise a daughter like you? How could you do that to us?" he yelled. Joshua heard his father raising his voice and gave a start. He clutched Kendrick's hand tightly and said, "Daddy, please don't be mad at my sister. Don't you always wonder why my sister isn't coming home yet?"
Shush up. Go away.
Kendrick felt embarrassed.
"No, I'm not going away."
Joshua shook his little head. Seeing that, Winnie was flooded with emotions. Her little brother, whom she had never met before, was trying to help her. Such was the power of blood. "Dad, I wanted to come home not long after I left. I was always homesick, but I was too young to persuade myself to come home. You didn't like Ben, so I told myself I'd come home with him after he became a star. I wanted to prove to you that I was right about him."
But Ben became a star long ago, didn't he? So why isn't he with you now?
Kendrick asked.
You worked so hard in bars to pay for your education because of him. Isn't it about time he married you?
Dad, how did you know? Winnie paused with a surprised look on her face. Have you been watching me all this time? Kendrick shot a sympathetic glance. Peril, her mother, answered helplessly. You're a girl out there alone. How could your father not worry about you? Fortunately, you were able to build some fame. Now you finally come home. You've done so much for Ben. It's time you two get married, right? We broke up. Winnie dropped her head and whispered.
What?
Kendrick was livid.
Didn't the paparazzi find you two spending a night together out there alone? He wasted so many years of yours and then abandoned you? Does he think that our family is a pushover?
Earlier, Winnie hated Ben the most. However, after that night, she didn't hate him anymore. I've broken up with him for a while now. When the reporters saw us, I was only trying to make things clear with him. Nothing happened. Besides, the media nowadays likes to speak on hearsay to create news, Winnie clarified with a low voice.
So what?
Kendrick gave a cold smile.
What about what he promised? Now he's a superstar. So he broke up with you? Why didn't he break up with you when he was still a poor boy? Now he's different and he treated you like this. Is he with another woman? All right, I'll find a reporter to expose his real face.
Dad, don't. Didn't I make a post last time? We broke up in peace.
I don't believe it. Your mom and I thought you were trying to keep your relationship secret,
Kendrick said. Dad, I'm a singer too. Making a scene is going to be bad for me too. Winnie smiled bitterly. Besides, I don't like him anymore. I chose my own path, so I blame myself only. My only regret is that I was too young back then. I thought what my parents said wasn't right. Now I've realized that you have experienced more than I did and learned more than I did. I'm sorry. I always wanted to come home, but I was worried that you may not forgive me. All right. As long as you understand, Peril sighed, holding her. Some young people will never understand that their parents were trying to help them until they face reality. Of course. We were wrong too. You didn't want to inherit the family business and we shouldn't make you. Now we have your brother. He will inherit our family business. You said that you shouldn't make me, but now you're making my brother inherit the family business? Winnie thought. With pity, she glanced at her brother, who was only 2. Hopefully, he would grow interested in tableware. Mom, Dad, thank you. But there's something else. Winnie felt so unsettled that she didn't even dare to look her parents in the eye. What's wrong? Kendrick lowered his head and looked at his daughter. You didn't do anything else out there, did you? Winnie closed her eyes and whispered in a low voice, I'm pregnant. Peril shivered slightly and Kendrick even forgot to hold her. He pointed at his daughter and said to her tremblingly,
"Who's the father? Ben? He's not going to take the responsibility, is he?"
No, it's not him," Winnie hurriedly explained. "After I broke up with Ben, I was in a very bad mood. I got drunk and accidentally slept with someone else. I ran away the next morning. He doesn't even know about this."
"How could you do that? You're a girl!"
Kendrick shouted. Joshua cried out in fear.
Daddy, don't yell at my sister.
Joshua hurriedly threw himself to Winnie, held her and cried. "Joshy, I did something wrong." Winnie held the little boy. Joshua was so young, but still, he tried to protect his sister. Seeing the little boy, Winnie was more determined than ever before that she wanted to keep her baby. Peril sighed. "What have we been trying to tell you since you were a little girl? A girl should discipline herself. You are raised in a family of culture. I can't believe we raised a daughter like you. It's my fault. I failed to cultivate you into a decent person. Mom, it's not your fault. It's my problem." Seeing the bitter look on her mother's face, Winnie cried out of guilt.
"Go get an abortion right now!"
Kendrick dragged her up from the ground.
"I'll make arrangements in the hospital for you."
"Dad, I won't get an abortion. I'm already 4 months pregnant." Winnie held her father's legs and cried. "Some of my friends have already become mothers. Their babies are so adorable. I don't have the heart to kill mine. I want to give birth to my baby."
"Is your brain not working?"
Kendrick almost had a heart attack.
"You're so young. How can you have a kid without knowing who the father is? Do you even know this guy?"
"He doesn't know about the baby, and I don't want him to. The last thing I want to worry about is a custody battle," said Winnie with a low voice. "Dad, I'm already 4 months pregnant. I can't get an abortion now." "You've decided to come here now so we couldn't force you into an abortion. You did that on purpose, right?" Peril was so disappointed. "You are beyond bold. You ran away from home with a boy when you were 18 and came back at 22, 4 months pregnant. Do you want us to drop dead due to a heart attack right here?" Winnie bit her lip, her face pale. "I knew I shouldn't have come back here. But if I waited a few years and showed up on your doorstep with my son or daughter, you might have found it harder to accept us. After the baby's born, I'll focus on my career. I don't care if I never get married." Peril sighed, squatted, and said, "Winnie, you've been through a lot. You don't know what's right, but you've made up your mind and there's no going back. If you want to keep your baby, keep your baby. Having it here with us is better than going off and having it in secret. That would be hard. And who would look after you?" Winnie's face was covered with tears. "Dear!" Kendrick glared at her harshly. "Forget it." Peril waved her hand dismissively and said, "She will grow up step by step. She's only 22, still in her rebellious stage. You can't expect her to be as mature as a 30-year-old. Kendrick stomped off angrily, muttering to himself. "Get up. Kneeling isn't good for the baby." Peril helped Winnie up off the ground. "Mom, I'm sorry. I always make you and Dad worry." Winnie held her and cried. "Don't cry," said Peril. "It's not your fault. We didn't raise you right. You're having this baby, so what about your work?" "I've already made arrangements with my manager. I'll go back a month after I give birth," declared Winnie. "I'm an adult now. I need to support myself." Peril nodded. At that moment, Joshua started tugging at his mom's and sister's pants, saying,
Mom, I'm gonna be an uncle?
Peril bent over, scooped up the little boy, and said, "Yes, you're gonna be an uncle. Soon you have to help take good care of the baby,"
Yay, I'm gonna have a friend.
said Joshua happily. Peril smiled wryly and said to Winnie, Your brother has been very precocious from the day he was born. Winnie nodded. She could tell he was super smart. She was far less clever as a kid. I didn't think I'd ever become an elder sister. Blushing, Peril replied awkwardly. After you left, your father and I were so upset. Our home was empty, so we decided to try to have another baby, and to our surprise, we did it. Winnie owed her parents a lot. I'll make it up to them by being a good daughter. They will be so proud of me, Winnie decided. It was May, and the peonies were in full bloom. All was well. Jack's hands had nearly recovered. It was 9 a.m, and he was at the driving test center waiting to take his road test. What are you doing? I have the day off, Sylvia called him. I'm taking my driving test, said Jack. Today's the road test. When did you pass the written test? Sylvia was a little confused. 2 weeks ago? Sylvia was surprised. She had no idea he'd already taken the written test. The written examination's easy. It's on the computer after all. But your hands didn't recover until a couple of days ago, right? Don't you need to practice driving before taking the test? I already practiced, replied Jack. I spent the whole day practicing the day before yesterday, and I ran a simulation test today. I passed the first test, so I asked the coach to sign me up for the second one. Taking the test after a day of practice? Not even an experienced driver could be as confident as he was. You can't do this, said Sylvia solemnly. Driving's no joke. When you're behind the steering wheel, you're not only responsible for your life, but the lives of the other people in your car. You can't rush to get your license. You have to drive safely. You have to practice. I understand. I do drive safely, Jack answered. Many people are taking the test this morning. I'll probably finish after lunch. So how about I stop by when I'm done? Sylvia sighed. Did he misunderstand the term driving safely that she said? Be patient, she sighed. Don't be frustrated if you fail. I'm in no rush to let you take me for a ride. I can always take you for a ride. No, can't always make a girl drive me around, said Jack seriously. I'm 99.99% confident I'll pass the examination. What about the remaining 0.01? Sylvia was curious. Accidents happen, Jack murmured. He meant he would certainly pass the test unless there was an accident. Were all scientists so confident? After ending the call, Sylvia spent the whole morning sleeping in. At lunchtime, she got out of bed and boiled some eggs for herself. Before she finished lunch, she accepted a call from Jack. Sylvia, I passed the road test. Sylvia nearly choked on her food. Did he pass the test after spending 1 day practicing? Sylvia was flabbergasted. The road test was hard. It was easy for the examinees to feel stressed. Sylvia, what's wrong? Do you have a cold? Jack nervously asked. No, Sylvia made an effort to swallow the egg before saying, Congratulations, I think you might be able to get your license by the middle of the month. I already asked the coach to sign me up for the third test, said Jack cheerfully. Let's go car shopping this afternoon. Sounds good, Sylvia envied him. Hey, have you had lunch yet? No, answered Jack weakly. Sylvia, can I come to your place for lunch? Sure. Jack was thrilled. He could finally try Sylvia's cooking. An hour later, Sylvia received another call from Jack. Sylvia, I'm lost in your neighborhood, he said pitifully. That boy had no sense of direction. Sylvia went downstairs to look for him. Finally, she found him near the swimming pool. He was sitting under a tree, wearing a clean t-shirt. I live over there, remember? Sylvia pointed to a building and said, You have to remember where my apartment is. What if you decide to come to my place for the night but couldn't find it?
For the night? Jack gave a start. That's not appropriate, right? Your brother would have a fit. Sylvia loved joking around with him. I'm not saying we're gonna do something inappropriate. I'll sleep in my bedroom while you'll be in the guest room. What else do you think we'll do? Nothing. Jack awkwardly turned away, then handed her a box. Sylvia, I bought you some avocados. They're so nutritious. Thank you. It was not an expensive gift, but the goodwill was delivered. It was a large box of avocados. Sylvia took the box, opened it, and found the avocados were black. She touched them and could tell they had gone bad. These went bad. Where did you buy them? Right in your neighborhood. An old lady was selling them. Are these bad? She told me the ripe ones are all like this. Sylvia peeled an avocado. The pulp was black. She peeled a few more in a row and they were all the same. How much did these cost? 15 each, said Jack unhappily. That's ridiculous, Sylvia sighed. How can avocados be so expensive? I don't know. Jack dropped his head and poked the stone stool with his tiptoe. Next time, don't spend money on anything without me there. Sylvia finally started to understand how April felt and why she always managed Aaron's money. Some guys were really bad at managing money. Upstairs, Jack changed his shoes, then walked into Sylvia's apartment. A bowl of boiled egg salad was on the dining table. This is lunch. Sylvia sat down behind the table. Noticing the surprised look on Jack's face, she said to him, What? Are you unhappy with the lunch I made? No. Jack shook his head quickly. Your salad is so pretty. It looks exactly like the one sold in the supermarket. Because I bought them from the supermarket? Said Sylvia smilingly. The eggs, I mean. Jack spent a long time staring at the salad, then stuttered. I heard that swine fever is spreading in Africa and that many eggs these days are impure. Why don't you get organic eggs from the farmer's market? I'm too lazy to do that. Sylvia stretched her body. Jack looked at her silently. She raised her brows and continued by saying, Do you think I'm too lazy? Yes, I am very lazy. Do you have a problem with that? No. Jack shook his head and then murmured, I'll do the things you don't want to do. If you don't want to go to the market, I'll do it for you. Sensing the slight grievance in his tone, Sylvia found him funny. She also felt sweet in her heart. Perhaps he was the only one in the world who could cope with her bossiness. Any other man would have started to give her a lecture. Are you sure you'll bring organic eggs for me? Sylvia raised her brows. You're a vegetarian. I will, Jack nodded. I'll learn how. You're so nice. Sylvia was lying on the couch. She was too lazy to get up, so she rubbed his thigh with the back of her foot. Her movement made Jack blush scarlet. He twisted his legs and said to her, Sylvia, don't do this. His muffled voice was quite seductive. Do what? Sylvia blinked her eyes and looked at him with an innocent face. I didn't do anything. Jack's fair, handsome face had reddened. He froze for a few seconds, then carried his bowl to the other side. Sylvia felt speechless. She had never seen a man who restrained himself so much. After lunch, Jack said to Sylvia, Sylvia, the salad was delicious, but you should still have rice or pasta and vegetables for each meal. If you don't feel like cooking, you can always call me. I'll come here and cook for you. Do you know how to cook? Sylvia raised her eyebrows. I can learn. At least the eggs I boiled tasted better than yours, Jack said, being honest. What do you mean? You've had my eggs and now you're complaining that they're not good enough? I'm not saying that your eggs tasted bad. I'm only trying to say that mine would be better. Jack shook his head. That made no difference, Sylvia thought. Never mind, he found the eggs that I made were not good enough.
So be it. I'll have a perfect reason not to cook for him in the future. Let's go and get your car. I love shopping for cars. Sylvia quickly got up from the couch. Wait here. I'll get changed. In the bedroom, she took out the clothes that she prepared and put them on. As she came out, Jack, who was quietly sitting in the living room, raised his head to look at her. He was stunned. Before, Sylvia had always dressed casually when she went on a date with Jack. But today, she wore an off-the-shoulder blouse that emphasized her beautiful neck and delicate collarbones. Her olive skin gave out a look of beauty and wildness. Below the blouse was a white pair of shorts displaying her long and sexy legs, which had no extra fat on them. Jack turned his face away after taking only one glance at her. His cheeks were burning. Sylvia, are you going on the street like that? I don't think this is appropriate. Why? Sylvia walked up to him, pinned up her beautiful long hair, and said, Am I not pretty? You are pretty. Jack fixed his eyes on the tempting skin on her neck and said, Don't you think there isn't enough fabric? I don't think so. All the areas that need to be covered are covered. Sylvia looked herself up and down, then said, I dress conservatively every day for work. My pretty clothes are going to mold in my closet. After saying that, she picked up her little purse and walked toward the door. Jack followed closely behind her, pulled the edge of her blouse, and said, Sylvia, put on a coat and trousers. Why are you acting like my dad? Sylvia put on a long face, rested her hands on her waist, and said, I'm young. If I don't dress sexy now, I might not be able to dress sexy ever. I'll grow old. Jack opened his mouth. Stop. No other words. Sylvia put a finger against his lips. Jack had no other choice but to drop his eyelids and shut his mouth. Sylvia also brought Jackie with her. Why are we taking the dog? Jack didn't like Jackie. The dog was always clinging to him. I finally have a day off. I surely need to take her out. She's been staying home alone every day. See, she likes you so much, Sylvia said with a smile. You're so handsome. Not only me, but my dog is also obsessed with you. She smiled so beautifully. Jack felt shy hearing her compliment and also felt a sweetness in his heart. He moved closer to her and held her hand. An auto show was going on in the gymnasium. Therefore, Sylvia brought Jack straight there. Over 10 brands were included in the show. Jack wanted the same brand as Sylvia, so he headed straight toward the Audi display area. On the way, Sylvia was attracted by a Mercedes-Benz. Whoa! This new model is so gorgeous. Look at the smooth lines and the exquisite interior. This looks so much better than my Audi. I'll get this one if you like it. Jack was happy to buy any car that his girlfriend liked. It would be hers sitting in the car most of the time anyway. No, I want to buy it myself. Sylvia turned and called Caitlin. Mom, I'm at an auto show. There's a Mercedes-Benz that I really like. I want it. I'll buy you one when you get married, said Caitlin carelessly. Mom, this is unfair. Sylvia stomped her foot against the ground and said, You bought my brother's a sports car that's worth tens of millions for his last birthday. All I got is a crappy car that's only worth hundreds of thousands. I've been driving that car for 5 years. Your director has an Audi. How would he feel if I bought you a car worth tens of millions? Have you thought about that? Everybody knows that my mother and brother are rich, Sylvia said. Get rid of that idea. I'm going to a meeting. Caitlin hung up on her. Sylvia pouted grumpily. Jack hooked her little finger with his and said, I'll buy this car if you like it. No, Sylvia shook her head determinedly. We're not married. How can I let you buy me something so expensive? Let's get married then, Jack quickly responded. Sylvia glanced at him with a smile and said, Do I look like someone who will get married for a car? Never mind. Let's go look for a car for you. Soon, Sylvia was tempted by a Maserati car. She called her grandma with a soft and sweet voice, saying, "Grandma, I have my eyes on a car. Didn't you say that I can ask you for anything I want?" "You want me to buy you a car? No problem. I'll buy you a car when you get married," her grandma replied smilingly. "Why do you all want me to get married?" Sylvia complained. "When you get married, I'll not only buy you a car, but also a beach house." "Thank you, but when I get married, you won't be the only one to buy me a beach house." "I won't be amazed by a gift like that because I'll have too many." Sylvia ended the call unhappily. She noticed Jack looking at her with a grievance. "Sylvia, are we here to buy you a car or me?" he said. Well, we're here to buy you a car, but in the meantime, I might also find a car that I like for myself." Sylvia rubbed her nose. "But I haven't seen a car that I want to buy," Jack said, complaining in a low voice. "All right, I'm sorry, my bad." Sylvia hurriedly held his hand and said, "It's just that I like cars so much." "What's so interesting about cars?" Jack didn't understand. "Sylvia, I think any drivable car is good. All cars look the same to me. They all have 4 wheels." "You sound like my father," Sylvia laughed. "It's all right. When we get married, you'll be driving a cheap car while I'll drive one that's worth millions. How about that?" "Sure," Jack responded to her without thinking. Sylvia glanced at him. She was satisfied with his answer. After getting married, she would be living an extravagant life, while he would be diligent and thrifty. They could make a perfect couple. They were complementary. In Audie's display area, Jack and Sylvia grew fond of a coupe. While talking to the male shopping guide, Jack abruptly picked up Sylvia's hand and walked straight away, seemingly displeased. "What's wrong? Isn't that car okay?" Sylvia was confused. It was the first time she saw him so unhappy. "We're not getting an Audi." Jack pulled her closer to him with a frown and said, "I don't like that shopping guide. He looks at your legs the whole time." Sylvia stopped short. She didn't notice that. The bulged cheeks of the angry Jack made him look ridiculously adorable. She was surprised to know that he was quite possessive. "Yeah, I didn't know he was such a nasty man." Sylvia pretended to be enlightened. Jack nodded heavily and said, "Sylvia, you have beautiful legs, but you shouldn't wear shorts again. You can wear knee-length pants. As for shorts, only I can see you in shorts." After finishing what he had to say, he blushed scarlet. However, the look in his eyes was rather determined. Sylvia looked him straight in the eyes and said, "I'm wearing it for you today. I'm wearing it because we're out on a date. I want you to know how pretty my legs are." Her eyes were seductive. Looking into those eyes, Jack's heart thumped and his mouth went dry. I get it now." Sylvia put her mouth near his ear, whispering and breathing, saying, "Then, do you like it?" Her breath brushed across his heart like a feather. Jack felt as if his entire body had gone numb. "I like it." "Good. I love to wear what you want me to wear in front of you," Sylvia said to him, then landed a gentle kiss on his ear. Only after that did she walk forward with a smile. Jack rubbed his ear. Her kiss seemed to have sent a strong electric current through his body. He even sensed a faint discomfort coming from his lower abdomen. After standing alone in a daze for quite a while, he finally caught up with Sylvia. His eyes swept across Sylvia's thighs. She was wearing the shorts exclusively for him, and she would doll herself up because she liked him. Jack felt as if he was soaking in a jar of honey. They checked all the brands, and at last, Sylvia took Jack to the Mercedes-Benz car, the one she liked at first sight. Jack was happy to buy any car she liked. The salesman asked Jack, "Mister, which version would you like? The version with a higher engine horsepower is relatively high priced." "It's up to my girlfriend," said Jack. "Mister, what color would you like? What about the interior? We can place an order for you in advance."
said the salesman. Whatever my girlfriend likes, replied Jack. What do you think about the price of our products? The salesman added. The price doesn't matter as long as my girlfriend likes it, Jack said, interrupting him. Sylvia and the salesman were speechless. The salesman had been selling cars for years, but it was the first time he met a customer like Jack. His girlfriend was such a lucky girl. Sylvia smiled and said, I don't care about the price either, but I want it to be cheap. The salesman didn't know what to say. Are you two really here to buy a car? He thought. At last, after Sylvia put her bargaining skills to use, Jack ordered the car at the price of $600,000. Coming out of the exhibition hall, Sylvia had her mind cooled down by a breeze. She found herself a little like the legendary Sly Fox. On one date, she made the honest boy spend a fortune on her. Unlike her own family, the Kipling family wasn't into business. Every penny they earned with hard work. Jack, don't you need to talk to your parents about the car that you just bought? Sylvia was a little worried. Will your parents think that I'm too careless with money? Why should I tell them? Jack wasn't happy to hear that. I wanted to put the car under your name, but you insisted on putting it under mine. It has to be under your name, said Sylvia seriously. If you registered the car under my name, your parents might think I'm only with you for money. I don't really know about your financial situation. I think you should make plans about how to spend your money based on your finances. You can't spend all your money before we get married. Getting married will cost you a fortune because you'll need to pay for the wedding, the diamond ring, the honeymoon, and some other things. All that can be rather expensive. Jack stopped short and said, Sylvia, you're so knowledgeable. Sylvia suddenly felt a little guilty. She knew about all that because she once went through the process together with Jeremy. Jack would certainly be unhappy about that if he knew. Yeah, I was born smart. I know how to live a good life. I know how to run a family. I won't spend money wastefully. I'm kind and mild. I don't have any of the problems that other rich kids have. I know, Jack nodded. Sylvia, you're a wonderful girl. You're the most perfect girl that I've ever met. Thank you. The comment made Sylvia blush. He was such a great guy. In his eyes, she was great. Sylvia, I want to go to the bathroom, Jack said to Sylvia. Go. I'll wait here. After Jack left, Sylvia paced from side to side, then looked at more cars at the auto show. She couldn't afford any of the cars now, but when she got married, she could ask people for the cars she liked as gifts. She has a boyfriend now. How far away could marriage be? At the show, she saw some familiar faces. Jenica and Louis were also shopping for a car. Louis wasn't a fan of the Bennett family people, so he greeted Sylvia with a quick nod, then turned to look at the car that he was interested in. Sylvia, happy to see you here. Jenica walked to her with a smile. Are you getting a new car? No, Sylvia shook her head with a bitter smile. I'm just a police officer. How can I afford a new car? My mom said she'll only buy me one when I get married. Hearing her talking about getting married, Jenica weirdly paused for a second and said, I'm really sorry that you and Jeremy didn't get married. At first, I didn't know why you guys suddenly broke up. Later on, Jeremy got drunk and told me the reason. Sylvia, I'm really sorry. I'm the reason why things between you two ended up like this. Nothing was going on between Jeremy and me. We are good friends and we both served in the army, so we had a lot to talk about. That night, I was so upset because of your brother. I had no other friends in the city. That's why I asked Jeremy to keep me company. I think he lied to you because he felt sorry for me. That was not the only problem between me and him. That wasn't even the main reason why we broke up. Sylvia smiled. Let bygones be bygones. You and Jeremy have been through so much together. You even booked a wedding venue and picked your wedding dress. We were all waiting to attend your wedding. Jenica knitted her brows slightly and said, I was too selfish. I shouldn't have asked to be your bridesmaid. How's your brother now? I heard that he's a father. I'm so jealous of him.
Her mouth corners curved into a bitter smile. Sylvia knew that Jenica would never have a child, so she felt sorry for her. He's as mean as ever. I want to punch him in the face all the time. Jenica, I heard that you got promoted again. Congratulations. All I have is my career now. Jenica smiled, and then she looked behind Sylvia and asked, Sylvia, do you know this man here? He's been looking at you the whole time. Sylvia stopped short, then turned back and saw Jack standing behind her. Jenica, let me introduce him to you. This is Jack, my boyfriend. She hurriedly held Jack's hand. Jenica paused briefly with surprise. A trace of disappointment was seen in her eyes. So you already have a boyfriend. Does Jeremy? He knows about it, Sylvia interrupted her and said. Jenica, I think Uncle Lewis is waiting for you. We'll talk some other time. Okay, see you. Jenica nodded at Jack, then turned and went back to Lewis. We should leave too. Sylvia held Jack's hand, turned, and left. Jack pulled his hand out of hers as they walked out of the gymnasium. The light of the setting sun poured on the tips of his brows, making him look sad. You know so much about getting married because you've done all those things together with Jeremy. You booked the venue and picked the wedding dress. You only needed a ceremony to become a married couple. Sylvia wasn't expecting him to find out about it so soon. How much did you hear just now? I'm not telling you. Jack gave her a glance with a grievance. He would never tell her what he knew. The sun was setting and the sky was laden with color. Jack stood with his head down while Sylvia sighed. There are some things that I didn't tell you. I didn't mention them to you because I feel they aren't important to me anymore, Sylvia said. Jeremy and I broke up right before the wedding. Many of our relatives received the invitation to our wedding. Canceling the wedding so suddenly was embarrassing. My family considered it highly shameful. Jack nodded and asked her, Why did you suddenly cancel the wedding? It was complicated. Sylvia sighed. The trigger was that I was once on night shift without dinner. I wanted him to bring me some food, but he didn't. Instead, he lied to me. He told me he was with his army friends, but I saw him coming out of a bar holding Jenica in his arms when I was on patrol. He cheated on you. Jack nodded again. He believed that he had figured it out. Jeremy turned out to be a dishonest guy. He couldn't believe he actually saw a guy like that as his number one rival in love. Jeremy didn't deserve it at all. Sylvia was such a wonderful girl, but Jeremy was too stupid to cherish her. He didn't cheat on me, Sylvia explained awkwardly. They were just a little too close. I couldn't stand the fact that some other woman was more important to him than I was. I wish the person I love to love me back, and I want him to love me solely. I will, said Jack determinedly and seriously. If you can't do that, I'll break up with you too, Sylvia shrugged. Are you still unhappy? A little, but I also feel lucky. Jack gave an innocent smile. You almost became someone else's wife. Well, that's true. Before Sylvia could finish, Jack suddenly reached out and held her. Sylvia, I like you. I really do. Sylvia wasn't prepared for that. She gave a start, feeling how much he cared for her. Let's go. I'm going to the market to buy pork. I'm going to cook for you. Jack let go of her and grinned. I'll provide you with as much food as you want. I won't be like Jeremy. Feeling his passion, Sylvia didn't even have the heart to tell him that she didn't like pork that much. She had no plan to ruin his passion, though. Next, the two of them drove to the supermarket. Sylvia had no interest in grocery shopping. She picked some fruit, then went to the shelf of instant noodles. Sylvia picked 2 large packs of instant noodles. Each large pack contained 5 small packs. Seeing that, Jack furrowed his delicate brows. He put the instant noodles back on the shelf. What are you doing? Sylvia complained. That's junk food. You shouldn't eat so many instant noodles. Jack was acting like it was the first day he met her. Do you always eat these? Sylvia felt embarrassed to admit that she was too lazy to cook. That might shock him. No, she said. Sometimes I work very late. I only eat instant noodles when I'm too tired to cook or order takeout. I know it's junk food, so I never use the seasoning provided with the noodles. I only use my own. Instant noodles are fried. They'll make you unhealthy if you have too much of them. Jack shook his head stubbornly. What else can I eat when I'm hungry? Sylvia curved her lips downward. You don't live with me. I'd starve to death waiting for you to come to my apartment to cook for me. Will you order takeout for me? Jack felt troubled. I'm working on a project. I can sometimes be busy too. How about this? One of my friends invented a robot chef. I'll ask her to give you one. That was amazing. Sylvia was stunned. Having a boyfriend who was a scientist made her feel like being with an almighty god sometimes. Does that kind of robot really exist? Ever since she got together with Jack, she often found herself ignorant. He renewed the way she saw the world over and over again. Does the robot do a good job? My floor mopping robot did a very lousy job. I'm not using that anymore. I didn't feel good about it. It does a good job, Jack nodded and said. Makes great food, but it doesn't provide many food choices. Making simple dishes is not a problem for the robot. It'll be better than eating instant noodles. You found your floor mopping robot not good enough because you don't know about machines. Nowadays, advertisements exaggerate the merits of some machines. Also, the floor mopping robot you bought is cheap. She was a girl from a rich family, yet a scientist was telling her that her floor mopping robot she had was too cheap. Her mom bought that robot from abroad, and it was actually rather expensive. Sylvia wondered how her mother would feel if she heard what Jack said. Since you're so capable, why don't you make me a floor mopping robot? Sylvia chuckled. It should be easy for you. Jack paused briefly, then quickly shook his head. Oh, it's okay. After all, you're not omnipotent. Sylvia thought Jack didn't know how to make robots. It's not like that, Jack murmured. I'm better at cleaning than a robot. If she had a robot to clean her apartment, what would he do? He wouldn't have a chance to display his superior skill of cleaning. Sylvia laughed. So that's what he was thinking about. He was growing more sly. You're right. I have you. What do I need a robot for? Sylvia hurriedly held his arm and said with a smile, The robot's not going to kiss me or warm my bed or do that thing with me. The conversation suddenly went dirty. Jack's pretty face reddened. What? Am I not right? As he stayed silent, Sylvia raised her brows with a wicked smile. Should I say, have sex? You is right. You are always right. It is like what you said. Jack started sweating. Seeing the helpless look on the boy's face, Sylvia spared him. Science is developing fast these days. We have intelligent machines everywhere. A lot of people might lose their jobs in the future because machines will take their place. That's why my friend's technology hasn't been declared yet. Jack hurriedly nodded and said, There's a high cost, though. Even if some other people develop the same type of robot, the chance of popularizing the technique would still be very low. I didn't know scientists needed to think about that kind of thing. Sylvia was surprised. Sometimes scientists shouldn't keep their eye on the profits. Science is supposed to help people and provide them with convenience, replied Jack seriously. That's what my parents have been telling me since I was little. Some scientists go to extremes for money. Sylvia nodded to agree. Jack was an innocent boy, but about science, he had solid beliefs. The two of them unwittingly walked to the vegetable zone. Sylvia wasn't interested in vegetables, so she spent time on her phone and let Jack do the shopping alone. About 10 minutes later, she found a lot of fresh vegetables, meat, and shrimp placed neatly in her cart. You're good at picking food. I'm surprised, she said. Jack scratched the back of his head and said, Actually, I don't know how to select food. I picked the most expensive ones. Mr. Maxwell said that the expensive ones are always good. Mr. Maxwell is such a spender, Sylvia thought. She picked up a box of pork and found it scarily expensive. Having food like this every day is too lavish for us. she said to Jack in a serious tone. We can have some normal food next time. I know you have money, but you shouldn't waste it. Oh, Jack nodded. Abruptly, he gave her a grin and said, Sylvia, you're such a nice girl. Mr. Maxwell told me that your family's so rich, so everything you have must be the best of its kind. But I feel that you are actually living a poor life. Sylvia didn't know how to respond to what he said. She thought about it carefully and found that he was right. She was poor indeed. She had all sorts of stocks, funds, and properties under her name, but she couldn't spend any of it. Her allowance was cut off completely because she rejected the blind dates that her mother had arranged for her. Currently, she lived on a pathetic salary that she earned by serving as a policewoman and the occasional pity money from her grandparents. That was sad. You're right, Sylvia nodded. I come from a rich family, but I'm not spoiled. Do you understand? So when we get married, you can feel free to let me keep all your money. Every penny I spend, I'll make worth it. Jack nodded. Sylvia was already thinking about their married life. That was not going to happen anytime soon, but still, he was happy. You don't need to save money. All the money I make is for you to spend. I don't need to spend any on myself. All I need is you. Thank you. Sylvia threw him a kiss, making him feel shy. Around dinner time, they returned to Sylvia's apartment. Sylvia threw herself onto the couch to watch some TV. It was so nice to have a boyfriend. She could be as lazy as she liked and she would still have something to eat. She didn't have high hopes for Jack's cooking, though. After all, he only ate vegetables. What kind of cuisine could he possibly make? As the female lead in the drama was going to cheat on her boyfriend, Sylvia heard a moan from the kitchen. What's wrong? Sylvia hurriedly walked into the kitchen and saw Jack quickly hide his hand behind his back. Sylvia then saw blood on the floor. She pulled out his hand from behind his back and found a deep, bleeding cut on his forefinger. I'm sorry, I was too clumsy. Jack found it shameful. It was the first time he cooked for his girlfriend and he ended up cutting himself. You are clumsy indeed. Sylvia brought him out of the kitchen and tried to stop the bleeding with a tissue. After a failed attempt, she put his finger directly into her mouth. Sylvia! Jack's eyes widened and his face reddened. His finger was in her mouth. He felt the itchiness and numbness he felt before. He felt as if his heart was on fire. There was a distance between them, but Sylvia clearly heard him gasping for air. Wickedly, she rounded her tongue on the tip of his finger. Jack gave a muffled moan. He pushed her away in a flurry, then turned and fled into the bathroom. The door slammed shut. Outside the bathroom, Sylvia laughed so hard that she bent over. She wasn't expecting Jack to be so sensitive. She was still a little worried, though. After all, he cut his finger. Come out! She hurriedly knocked on the bathroom door and said, I'll put a bandage on your wound.
No, I'll come out later. My finger isn't bleeding anymore.
Jack's muffled voice was heard from the bathroom. Why are you staying in the bathroom? Sylvia pretended she didn't know why.
I'm having a stomach ache.
Stomach ache? Sylvia didn't believe it. All right, just finish and come out. Sylvia tried not to laugh out loud. About 10 minutes later, Jack came out of the bathroom. His cheeks were still pink. Sylvia glanced at his trousers and said, You spent quite a while in there. You're not constipated, are you? No. Sylvia pulled Jack onto the couch before he could finish stuttering. She laid herself upon him. He didn't even know how to react. Sylvia, we can't do this yet. At first, Sylvia paused, knowing that he had misunderstood what she had said. She scratched his chin with her fingers and said, Why not? We're not married yet? Jack was sweaty. Just now, he had spent a great effort to calm himself down in the bathroom, but now that desire was instantly aroused again. We're not married. I know that. I'm not doing anything wrong. I just want to put a bandage on your wound. After saying that, Sylvia picked up his wounded finger with a smile. Speechless, the dumbfounded Jack stared at his own hand. What did you think I was going to do? Sylvia smiled. Did you get the wrong idea? I thought you were sophisticated, but I was wrong. I'm not. Jack opened his mouth but did not know how to explain. His face turned red. I just what? Sylvia raised her eyebrows. Did I kiss you against your will or take advantage of you? You scratched my chin, Jack complained. That was very seductive. Sylvia burst into laughter. I do that to Jackie all the time. Would I seduce a dog? She put the bandage on Jack's hand, then turned and crooked her finger toward Jackie, who was lying on the floor. Jackie quickly went over, sticking out her tongue. Sylvia scratched Jackie's chin. The dog felt so comfortable that she closed her eyes. Watching, Jack was a little jealous of the dog. He reached out, pulled Sylvia's hand away from Jackie, then whined to her in a deep voice. My hand hurts. That's because you're too clumsy, Sylvia said. Didn't you always cut my steak well? You told me that you used to dissect dead animals together with your father. How could you cut your own finger? What would your father think about this? I cut myself when trying to chop the bones, Jack murmured. Fortunately, I wasn't chopping hard. Hearing that, Sylvia was filled with the willies. Thankfully, it was only one gentle chop. Otherwise, his finger might have been chopped off completely. Forget about cooking. You need your fingers for scientific experiments. I don't want you to disable your hands. Let's order takeout. I suddenly want pizza. She picked up her phone and started ordering food once she finished talking. Jack was disappointed. It was the first time he tried to cook for her, and he failed. When the dinner was delivered to the apartment, he was still unhappy. Cheer up. It was nothing but cooking. I fail all the time. Try this pizza. Sylvia put a slice in his mouth. Jack took a bite, swallowed it, then said, Please don't give me a negative score. I'll learn how to cook when I get home. I will master cooking for you. Just send me the robot chef as soon as you can, Sylvia said. That's a more pragmatic way. You don't believe me. Jack sadly dropped his head to bite the pizza. I'll prove it to you. You can't abandon me. I didn't say that I'll abandon you. His voice sounded so soft. Sylvia turned to look at the gloomy boy. At that moment, he looked so much like Jackie, who was eating a chicken leg on the ground. She moved close to him and bit on the other half of the slice of pizza in his mouth. Jack's eyes widened, gawking at her. Sylvia gave him a wicked smile, then started eating the half slice. Soon, she ate the pizza that was outside his mouth, and at last, her lips touched his. Jack fixed his eyes on her long and shaking eyelashes, feeling as if his heart was going to be sucked into her dark eyes. He didn't even know if he should swallow the pizza in his mouth. He froze until her tongue invaded his mouth. His breath became uneven. He didn't know where to put his hands. He tried to hold her, but as she was lying upon him, his hands accidentally landed on her thighs. He felt her silky skin against his fingers. He couldn't take away his hands. What are your hands doing? After kissing him, Sylvia looked at him with a faint smile. Jack hurriedly retracted his hands, feeling embarrassed. Animal. Sylvia smiled a big smile. I didn't mean to. Jack felt his blood rush up to his face. He never thought he would be called the word animal. I don't believe you. You have one choice. You have to make it up to me with your own body. Sylvia put her hands by his ears and smiled at him. You touch my body, so I'll touch your body too. Following her voice, her slender fingers brushed across his Adam's apple and landed on a button of his shirt. Jack's entire body tightened. He misunderstood her once, so this time he didn't dare to say anything. He only watched her undo his buttons one after another. "Sylvia, what are you doing?" he finally said in a dry voice. "I want to see your chest." Sylvia found herself getting better and better at putting the moves on him. Before, she would never believe that she would become so cheeky. Every time she saw the innocent-looking boy, she wanted to bully and seduce him. She never forgot what she saw that morning in France when the two of them shared a room. Since then, she had been wanting to feel his skin with her hands. He didn't have strong chest muscles, but his skin was fair and his body was nicely shaped. Sylvia moved her hands from one area to another. She was full of curiosity, like a child with a new toy. In the end, Jack couldn't stand the pain in his heart and pressed her down on the couch. "What are you doing?" Looking into his unfocused eyes, Sylvia started to worry a little. Maybe she had gone too far. "Sylvia, Jack was really in pain. "You promised my brother." Sylvia blinked and put her arms around his neck. "Let's end this with a kiss. Okay?" "Okay," Jack responded with a grievance. That seemed to be the only way. Sylvia raised her head to kiss him. He pressed her deep into the couch. After their passionate kiss, he regretted it so much. The kiss worsened his discomfort. He had no choice but to go into the bathroom again. After coming out of the bathroom, he didn't sit on the couch with Sylvia, but picked up the broom and started to clean the apartment. Sylvia kept watching the TV. A short while later, she found Jack spraying something onto her floor with a sprinkling can. "What's that? I don't think that's mine." Sylvia walked to him curiously. "I brought it here." Jack smiled. "It can make things really clean. With this, you can remove stubborn stains with a gentle wipe." "You look like a professional cleaner." Sylvia blinked. "Oh," said Jack shyly. "It's all right. The cleaner I make your apartment, the less you can tolerate other guys. You'll think of me once your apartment turns messy." Sylvia silently watched him clean the floor from behind, feeling indescribably sweet and touching. Over time, he might become the only person that she could live with. 2 hours later, Sylvia barely recognized her own apartment. Was that still her apartment? It was as clean as a 5-star hotel room. She could even make food on the ground if she wanted. "You're amazing." Sylvia gave Jack a sincere compliment. His hand was injured, but still, he made her apartment so clean. If he kept cleaning her apartment like that, she would get used to it. If she ended up breaking up with him and being with a guy who wouldn't clean her apartment, she would not be happy. "He'll spoil me sooner or later," she thought. At 10 p.m., Sylvia walked Jack down the stairs. "Mr. Maxwell will come get you soon. Don't tell him about what we did earlier tonight." "Cleaning the apartment?" Jack asked. A breeze blew across Sylvia's burning cheeks. "When I touched your chest?" Sylvia whispered. "Oh." Jack's cheeks burned as well. "I won't tell him. Sylvia, are you shy?" Sylvia coughed slightly, then glared at him. Jack grinned. "Sylvia, you were so brave when you touched me. Why are you feeling shy now?" "That's none of your business." Sylvia felt embarrassed. "One more word and I'll drag you upstairs and rip off all your clothes." Jack hurriedly pressed his hands on his shirt. The girl was growing bolder and bolder. Soon, he regretted it. Why did he press his shirt down so tightly? Being taken advantage of by her felt nice. After saying goodbye to Sylvia, Jack got into the car. Mr. Maxwell was driving.
Mr. Kipling, why is your hand injured again? Mr. Maxwell asked him. I accidentally cut myself when trying to cut food, Jack said frustratedly. Mr. Maxwell, teach me how to cook. Do you have time for that? Mr. Maxwell asked with surprise. You need to get your driver's license and you need to do your science projects. I'll learn at night, and I'll learn it soon, Jack replied determinedly. Oh, I've already decided to give Sylvia a robot chef. You don't know how to make that. You're not going to ask your friend for help, are you? Said Mr. Maxwell. Jack nodded. She showed me the finished product last time. It's successful. She said that she wants one of my watches, so I can trade with her. Mr. Maxwell blinked and said, Sir, you let me worry about that. Just focus on your project. All right, Jack agreed without thinking. He trusted Mr. Maxwell with his ability.
Three days later, Jack received Adam's call in his lab.
Dad, why are you calling me?
Jack was disappointed. Ever since he bought a phone, everyone knew his number. He didn't like answering calls from anyone who was not Sylvia.
Like you wish it wasn't me who called you, Adam said blandly. Were you expecting a call from your girlfriend?
Jack stayed silent.
Never mind, it's already impressive that you got a phone.
Adam sighed.
I heard from Hera that you want her to make you a robot chef? Yeah, it's for my girlfriend, Jack added. Don't misunderstand this. She's not a gold digger. On the contrary, her family's very rich. She's diligent and thrifty. She always wants to save money for me. I wanted to buy her a car as a gift, but she refused. She's really a nice girl.
After a short silence, Adam said,
You've never spoken to me this much other than about astronomy. You don't find talking exhausting anymore? I think so.
Jack stopped short, then smiled and responded with,
Especially when I'm with Sylvia. With her, I learned that talking can be such a sweet thing to do.
Adam was surprised to know that his son, whom he didn't spend too much time and energy on, suddenly cared about a girl so much. He couldn't tell if it was a good thing or a bad thing for his boy. The good thing was that he was finally willing to open himself up. And the bad thing was that he might rely on the girl too much and eventually get hurt.
Buying a car is nothing. I wanted you to have a car. I know you want your girlfriend to be happy, but remember, don't be too free-handed. After all, we're not business people. You should keep a low profile, Adam reminded him, saying. Also, do not tell her about the project that you're working on. It's for her own good. The less she knows about the project, the safer she will be. I know, Jack responded. Also, say thank you to Hera, Adam sighed. She's working day and night to make that robot chef for you. Hera is very nice, said Jack. I'll make her a watch as soon as I can. Never mind.
Adam felt helpless. His son's low EQ was inherited. He had no way to change it. After ending the call, Jack thought for a moment, then texted Hera.
Thank you.
Hera replied, You don't need to thank me. We're good friends who grew up in the same lab. When will you come back?
Jack, I don't have time right now.
Hera, I understand. I heard that you're researching the new thermal magnetizing material at Rosewood City University.
Jack, that's not the only reason. I also need to keep my girlfriend company.
After he sent that message, his phone stayed quiet for a while. He dropped the phone and continued his experiment until his phone started ringing. You have a girlfriend? Hera's deep voice was heard.
Huh?
Jack nodded. Hera stayed silent for a while. Gradually, her voice grew bitter. Why didn't you ever mention it to me?
Why would I talk to you about that?
Jack didn't understand. And you know I don't like talking. Hera gave a bitter smile. Yeah, they only talked about science. He had no interest in starting a relationship at all, so she could only talk to him about science. She thought nothing but science could ever exist in his world. But to her surprise, he changed after he went to Rosewood City. What kind of girl is she? A policewoman, said Jack sweetly. Is the robot chef for her? Hera figured it out. Yes. Hera didn't say a word for a long while. As she stayed silent, Jack thought she was done talking, so he responded, I gotta go if there's nothing else you want to say. I still need to experiment. All right. Hera dropped her phone, buried her head in her arms, and burst into tears. She had liked him since they were little. How come he suddenly fell for another girl? Why didn't anyone tell her about it? Jack liked the girl, but his family might not accept her. She hurriedly called Adam. Uncle, I heard that Jack has a girlfriend now. Is that true? Adam felt guilty. Earlier, he was worried that his son may never marry a girl on his own. So he talked to Hera's family about arranging for him and Hera to marry each other. He knew that Hera liked her son and believed that Hera would tolerate his son, but... Hera, I didn't know about this until his mother told me recently. Hera was stunned for a short while, then said, Uncle, haven't you talked to my father about letting Jack and I marry each other? I talked to Jack about it, Adam smiled bitterly. But you know how stubborn he was before. He barely listened to me when I was talking to him. When I said 10 words to him, it would be amazing if he could hear 2. Does Jack talk to that girl? Hearing Adam's words, Hera's heart sank. Adam sighed. Mr. Maxwell said that Jack is willing to talk now. It's all because of the girl. I've talked to Jack. I can tell he cares a lot about her and that he relies on her. You know, he had a bad experience when he was little, so I don't have the heart to say anything bad to him or give him a hard time. I get it. Hera realized that Adam intended to let his son do whatever he liked instead of helping her. Hera, I'm sorry. Adam gave a bitter smile. You probably wouldn't be happy if you and Jack got together. He's too introverted. Uncle, I know. I gotta go. Hera hurriedly ended the call. Holding the phone, Adam didn't feel good. After all, he knew Hera since she was a little girl. He turned and said to his wife, I feel sorry for Hera. Rosaria nodded and said, Let's make a trip to Rosewood City to meet Jack's girlfriend and to get my Daisy back. Adam glared at her and said, I think getting your Daisy back is your main purpose. You know how much effort I spent on that Daisy, said Rosaria sulkily. Now it's taken from me and I can't eat or sleep. All I can do now is numb myself by studying the turtle shell. I'll accept her as my daughter-in-law if she gives me my Daisy back. Adam didn't even want to talk to her. He walked away, but by the door he reminded her, Keep a close eye on your lily of the valley. Don't come to me and cry if that one's gone too. The lily of the valley is planted in the earth. He won't dig it out, will he? Rosaria asked. I don't know. Rosaria hurriedly went to the backyard to transplant her plants. Rosewood City. Sylvia got a call, then happily sprung up from her seat. Carlo glanced at her and asked, What are you doing? I'm getting off work early today. You'll be handling the rest of the work. Sylvia patted him on the shoulder smilingly. Do you have a date? Carlo raised his eyebrows. No, Jack got me a robot chef. I'm going home to welcome it. Sylvia was so excited. Carlo opened his mouth wide. Damn! Gifts from that scientist are special indeed. Sylvia, ask Professor Kipling if he has some scientist friends who are still single. Introduce them to me. I'm single. Sylvia rolled her eyes and said, I don't think he has any friends. Besides, all the people he works with are men. It's okay. I can come out of the closet, Carlo said hurriedly. Sylvia felt speechless. Was the robot chef so attractive? Ugh, I'll ask him someday, Sylvia said, then left. Not long after she left, Jeremy came in with a stack of files. Carla looked at him and sighed.
Jeremy, she has a boyfriend already. Why are you still helping her with her case every day like this? Stop wasting your energy. You still have so many cases of your own. Look at those dark circles under your eyes.
Jeremy smiled bitterly and said,
I never did enough for her, and I don't know what else I can do for her. She might be unhappy if I try too hard. I have no idea how to pursue a girl. I honestly don't think you have a chance. Your opponent is a scientist, declared Carlo. Professor Kipling got her a robot chef. How many people can do that? Also, Sylvia has shown some of those secret weapons she has during the field work. Those are seriously amazing. She's been perky every day.
Jeremy paused for a few seconds, then bitterness on his face was beyond description. Earlier, he thought Jack was dull, but it turned out that he was the dull one.
I wish her happiness,
he murmured.
After all, a forced relationship will not end well. I understand. I've lost her, and that could not be changed.
By the time Sylvia got home, Jack was already standing at her door with the white robot.
Sylvia!
The two of them hadn't seen each other for a few days. Seeing her running happily, Jack hurriedly spread his arms. It's so cute! Sylvia brushed across him and hugged the robot. Jack's arms froze in the air for a short while. He silently dropped his arms, then looked at Sylvia. Seeing how much she liked the robot, he felt a little jealous, but also a little sweet. From now on, Sylvia had not only Jackie, but also a robot to enjoy. This robot is so exquisite, and it's so cute. Sylvia fondled the robot admiringly. I've never seen such a beautiful robot. Can it really make food?
Let's try it out.
Jack smiled, then pressed a button on the robot's chest. The robot walked toward Sylvia. Jackie came over, barked, and wanted to jump on the robot, but lacked the courage to do it. Your name will be Big Jackie, Sylvia said to the robot with a grin. Jack, what do you think?
What kind of Jackie am I then?
Jack asked her with a muffled voice. You're my Kippy. Sylvia held his face and gave him a big kiss. You're amazing. Jack smiled. He carefully taught Sylvia how to use the robot. All she needed to do was download an app and then control the robot on her phone. Jack and Sylvia were still figuring out the robot chef. Sylvia browsed the introduction, then gasped in surprise. He can even pour me tea and make desserts? This says he can cook all kinds of food, and that I only need to prepare the materials. Is it really so capable?
I didn't know it was so functional.
Jack paused briefly, then said,
I guess my friend has improved it. Impressive.
I want to meet this friend of yours. Sylvia recalled what Carlo had asked her to do. Is this friend of yours a boy or a girl?
A girl,
Jack answered. That answer was unexpected to Sylvia, as she thought his friend was a boy. She didn't know Jack had any female friends. For some reason, she instantly felt a little uncomfortable. Didn't you say that I'm your only female friend? It turns out that you have other female friends. Liar! Jack was confused. He had no idea why she was suddenly unhappy.
I didn't lie to you. She's my science friend. I call her my friend because we often talk about science projects. We don't talk about anything else. You're my only female friend whom I don't talk about science with. Now you're my girlfriend, and I guess I never wanted to be friends with you. I know you wanted to be my boyfriend, right? Sylvia poked his chest and teased. You little wicked boy. I'm not wicked.
Jack shook his head. Tell me about this girl scientist. Sylvia smiled. How old is she? Is she married? Does she have a boyfriend? What does she look like? Is she nice? How's her body shape? Why do you want to know so much about her? Jack didn't understand. Carlo is single, Sylvia explained. He wants me to introduce him to a girl. Jack blinked. A few seconds later, he shook his head. Why? Sylvia was unhappy. It was her first time being rejected by him. I don't like being a matchmaker. Jack shook his head. I don't want to stick my nose in other people's business. But Carlo is really nice. Think about it. He put in a good word for you in front of me, Sylvia said. If she's single too, I think we can introduce them to each other. They can always be friends. The social circle of scientists can be rather narrow. You don't meet a lot of people, so maybe she needs us to introduce her to new friends. Jack furrowed his delicate brows. At last, he dropped his head and sighed. Let me ask her. He spent a short while on his phone. A couple minutes later, he said, Hera said no. Hera? Sylvia raised her brows. Jack didn't detect the weird look in Sylvia's eyes. Do you guys know each other well? You called her in such an intimate way. Sylvia curved her lips downward. Are you really just work pals? I've called her that since we were little. Jack's innocent eyes were filled with confusion. Is something wrong with that? So, you have a childhood sweetheart too? The longer the conversation lasted, the more information Sylvia got out of him. She wasn't happy to know about it. You've never mentioned that to me, she said. That's not important. She's not my ex-girlfriend. Jack started to set up the robot. Sylvia blamed herself. She should have guessed it. Whoever made such a cute and exquisite robot must be a girl. Jack's friend was so capable. What on earth did that girl have in her head? Sylvia believed the girl must be much, much smarter than herself. Does she like you? Why would she like me? Jack was more and more confused. Sylvia, are you jealous? Of course she wouldn't admit it. How is that possible? She said with a serious face. I have male friends like Carlo and Richard. I've known them for many years, so I understand. Jack nodded. Sylvia, what do you want for dinner? How about some soup and bread? That's all we got. Sylvia glanced at the robot's introduction on her phone. Okay, Jack nodded. At dinner time, the robot was cooking in the kitchen while Sylvia was watching. The robot really cooked like a chef, and the food didn't look bad. At last, the robot cleaned the top of the kitchen range. Sylvia couldn't help but take a picture of the food and show it off on her social media. Kippy gave me a robot chef as a gift. The food is amazing. The robot chef was so special and impressive that she got hundreds of likes in a short time. April left her comment. I am so jealous of you. Richard. Damn, seriously? Can I have one? Caitlin. Amazing. Even Mommy's jealous of you. Grandma Bennett. My future grandson-in-law is wonderful. Grandma wants to try the food. Winnie. It's so nice to be the girlfriend of a scientist. David. I don't think the food tastes good. Aaron replied to April. Do you have a problem with our chef's food? She wants you to come home. She needs to talk to you. Jeffrey. My food's way better than this. Many people left their comments under the post. Feeling the attention and jealousy that came to her wave by wave, Sylvia was really happy. She invited everybody to come to her place for a meal. As Sylvia was looking at her phone, Jack opened his social media and saw her post. He clicked like silently, but in his heart, he felt so sweet. Sylvia made a lot of posts. It was the first time Jack showed up in a post of hers. Did she publish her relationship with him already? Sylvia, the dinner's ready, he said, reminding her. Oh. Sylvia saw the like that Jack left under the post. She smilingly put her arms around him and said,
Aren't you going to leave me a comment? I don't know what to say, Jack responded to her shyly and said, but I'm so happy that you like it. Sylvia smiled and snorted. She would be delighted if the robot was not made by Jack's childhood sweetheart. However, Sylvia figured that the girl might only see Jack as a friend, like how he saw her, because the two of them had known each other for so many years, but still weren't together. After all, most girls wouldn't be able to accept such a weird and innocent boy. April had been watching Sylvia show off her robot chef every day. On May 13th, Sylvia's post. I was exhausted when I got home. Big Jackie has fed Jackie for me. I threw myself onto the couch and Big Jackie brought me a cup of black tea. I'm so happy. Aaron left his comment. Be careful, black tea might keep you awake until very late at night. Sylvia replied to him with, piss off. On May 15th, Big Jackie prepared food when I got home. I came home a bit too late, so the food was cold. Big Jackie heated it for me. I'm the happiest person in the world. Aaron, I think you might be even happier if you married the robot. Sylvia, you again? April got a call from Aaron when she finished work. I'm downstairs. Why did you come here today? April was surprised. Sylvia asked me to take you to her place to try the robot's food. Aaron snorted. She's just showing off. Aaron and his little sister always acted like they were enemies. April sighed. If you don't want to go, just say no to her. I just don't believe a robot can be so capable. If it's really so good, I'll ask Jack to give me one so you won't be jealous of her every day. Aaron mumbled. Who's jealous of her every day? Me or you? April thought. Aaron hardly acted like that. April looked at him, wanting to laugh. Are you sure he'll agree to give you one? She said, I don't think you two are getting along well. I'm his future brother-in-law. Shouldn't he be listening to me? Aaron said. April snorted scornfully in her head. She didn't believe a word he said, but of course she wouldn't say that out loud to her husband. They arrived at Sylvia's place to find that Caitlin was there too. The robot was pouring her a cup of tea. She liked it so much that she could barely stop smiling. Caitlin furrowed her brows when she turned to see Aaron and April. Why are you two alone? Where's Apple? We didn't bring him, said Aaron. I got off work, picked up April, and came straight here. We didn't go home. Where's Jack? Why isn't he here? He's been working on a project with Rosewood City University. Now is the crucial moment for the project. Sylvia sat on the couch and explained lazily. I invited you guys here to meet my Big Jackie so you don't have to always envy me. She pointed at the desserts and the juice on the table and continued with, try these. Big Jackie made these. These are not worse than what our chef can do, April exclaimed. Yeah, Sylvia said excitedly. My Big Jackie is very capable, but Jack is more capable than the robot. I told you that you shouldn't have arranged all those blind dates for me before. The best will always come. You're just lucky, Caitlin responded to her. April sighed. Recently, she found that Sylvia and Aaron had one thing in common. They both liked to show off. At 6 p.m., Big Jackie was preparing dinner in the kitchen as April watched. As a girl, she was jealous of Sylvia. Sylvia's boyfriend was not only handsome, but he was also able to develop all sorts of high-tech products. He was like a magician who could give her anything she wanted. Well, unlike him, my husband is... April glanced at Aaron, who was sitting on the couch. She sighed. As she sat back on the couch, Aaron abruptly pulled her close and asked her coldly, What was that look in your eyes? The look of admiration, April lied. Good. Aaron rubbed her hair, then whispered to her, I know that you're jealous of her for having the robot, but that kind of thing is lifeless. Is it as adorable as our old chef? Is it as good at taking care of the baby as our nanny? Besides, all Jack can do is satisfy her with things like robots. Guy needs to spend time keeping his girl company, warm her bed, and fulfill her physical needs. Am I right? April thought for a moment, then felt that he was actually right. Before she responded to him, Caitlin said to Sylvia, "Did you clean your apartment on purpose to welcome us? This place is perfectly tidy." "No, Jack came over yesterday and cleaned it," said Sylvia. "He cleans your apartment?" Caitlin was surprised. "Yeah, he does better work than the cleaning lady that you hired before. He even washed my sheets last weekend." Sylvia sighed. I think he's spoiling me." April swallowed the words that she was going to say to her husband. "I washed your underwear," Aaron hurriedly whispered to her. That was true. April stayed silent. At that moment, a loud bang was heard from the kitchen, followed by a few seconds of silence, then a series of noises. Everyone was startled.
Sylvia attempted to rush into the kitchen to stop the robot, but Aaron stopped her. "What are you doing? It's not a living being and it might hurt you. I think it's pretty strong and it's out of control." "Are we gonna let it trash my kitchen?" Sylvia stomped her foot anxiously. "The kitchen's not important, but keeping you safe is." Aaron pushed the ladies backward. Big Jackie destroyed half of the kitchen and still didn't show signs of stopping. Aaron worried that it might come to the living room, so he fetched a bowl of water and poured it into the screen on the robot's chest. It worked. The robot made a few stiff movements, then fell to the ground and stopped moving. Aaron walked up to the robot to see what was wrong with it. Once he approached, Big Jackie suddenly raised an arm and punched him in the chest, pushing him away. "Darling, are you okay?" April gave a start, then hurriedly held him up from the ground. Aaron cursed in a deep voice. It was the first time in his life that he was embarrassed in front of the woman he loved. As he tried to move, his chest gave him severe pain. Thankfully, Big Jackie didn't move again. The kitchen was destroyed. Looking at her kitchen, Sylvia almost cried. She rarely cooked in her kitchen, but her kitchen had been pretty. Now the fridge, the water cooler, the microwave, and everything else were mostly destroyed. Jack didn't give her a robot chef. He gave her a robot destroyer. More embarrassedly, it happened right in front of her brother and sister-in-law who had been watching her show off the robot. She wasn't expecting things to become like that at all. It was so awkward. "Brother, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Sylvia managed to talk to Aaron, who was pressing a hand on his chest. His face was turning blue. "What the hell is this?" Aaron was infuriated. "What kind of semi-manufactured product did he give you? You're lucky that I'm here today. If I wasn't here, that thing would have trashed this whole apartment. What on earth is Jack doing? Does he not consider safety when trying to make you happy?" "Yeah!" Caitlin knitted her brows. She was deeply worried after watching what had happened. "That was terrible! Look at your kitchen! You have to get a new one now!" "Jack didn't make this robot," said Sylvia with a weak voice. "His friend made it." "So he didn't even make it?" Aaron was furious. "What unskilled person made this? Didn't he even check it before giving it to you?" "He's not capable of anything. Can't even make this kind of robot." Sylvia flinched when being yelled at and her cheeks were burning. "He didn't mean that to happen. It worked well at first." "That's why I called it a semi-manufactured product. Tell Jack to come here right now." Aaron shouted so loudly that he suffered a muffled pain in his chest. "Aaron, I think we should take you to the hospital to get a checkup," said April with concern. "I'm worried that you might have gotten injured on the inside." "I'll wait for him." Aaron clenched his teeth. "All right, cut the crap. We're going to the hospital. Mom will handle the rest." April gave Caitlin an eye signal. Caitlin knew how short-tempered her son could be. He might start a fight against Jack when the latter showed up. If that happened, Sylvia would be put in a difficult situation and Jack wouldn't be happy either. "Just go," she hurriedly said to her son. "The robot hit you in the chest, so it might be serious. You might have some internal injuries. You two just got married, and I don't want you to get sick because of this." "If you got sick, April would have to take care of you again." "It wouldn't be easy for her. She took care of you twice when your leg was broken. So be careful. She might leave you if you become weak and ill." April felt speechless. Was it really appropriate for her mother-in-law to say that right in front of her? "How dare she?" Aaron tightened his handsome face, nervously glared at April and said, "I'm healthy. I wouldn't be injured if that thing didn't give me a surprise attack." "I get it. Darling, you're the best, but I'm really worried about you. Let's go." April held his arm and pulled him away. Sylvia called Jack and told him about what happened. Jack hurriedly stopped working and headed to her apartment with Mr. Maxwell. At home, Sylvia calmed down and said to Caitlin, "Mom, I think it was Jack's friend who did this to me. Jack said the person who made this robot was a friend of his. He and that girl grew up together, so I think she might be fond of him. She might have done something to the robot to hurt me." Caitlin looked at her with a frown and asked, "Sylvia, are you trying to make an excuse for Jack?" "Mom, I'm serious. I'm a policewoman, so I can tell," Sylvia explained anxiously. "I was too careless." "All right," Caitlin waved her hand and said, "I won't let you accept any other robot that he tries to give you. I'd rather hire someone to cook for you. Sometimes people need to learn to take care of themselves. Don't always rely on electronic products. If he doesn't want to cook for you, he doesn't have to do it. He doesn't need to ask his friend to make a robot chef for you. You see, your brother doesn't know how to cook either. Aren't he and April living a good life together? It's not a problem. Our family can afford to hire someone to cook for you two when you get married." "Mom, it's not like that. Let me ask you something. He doesn't know how to cook, right?" Caitlin interrupted her. "No, he doesn't, but he's learning." Sylvia felt that her mother was misunderstanding Jack. Caitlin interrupted her by saying, "When I first got together with your father, he also said that he'd learn to cook for me. Now we're divorced and he still doesn't know how to cook. Sometimes saying you'll learn is just an excuse. Before he learns it for you, anything he says is meaningless. Besides, the husband and wife need to take care of each other. You can't always rely on him, so you need to learn how to cook too. I guess he got you this robot chef because he knows you don't like cooking." "Mom, he's not like that." Sylvia felt extremely frustrated and embarrassed. She was planning on using the robot to make her family know how capable Jack was. Caitlin shook her head and sighed. She didn't even want to say anything else. At 7:30 p.m., the doorbell rang. Sylvia answered it. Jack came in, held her hands, and asked her nervously, "Are you okay?" "I'm good, but my brother suffered a punch, and my kitchen is destroyed. Go and take a look." Sylvia wasn't happy to see him. Some of the words that her family said had gone to her heart. Noticing the sullen look on Sylvia's face, Jack's fair face grew pale. "Mr. Kipling, Miss Bennett's mother is here too," Mr. Maxwell said, reminding him. Jack raised his head, nodded at Caitlin, and apologized. "Auntie, I'm sorry." Caitlin was really angry. However, looking at the pretty face of Jack, she didn't have the heart to say anything too harsh to him. "Take back your robot. Don't ever give her anything like that again," she declared. A trace of sadness flashed across Jack's black eyes. He walked to the kitchen and looked inside. Big Jackie was lying on the floor, broken. The devastated kitchen shocked him. "This is..." Mr. Maxwell was stunned as well. The robot was water damaged and couldn't be turned on. "I'll fix your kitchen and buy you some better kitchen appliances," he said to Sylvia in a deep voice. "I'm really sorry." A gleam of light poured in through the window onto his beautiful face. Sylvia understood that complaining at that moment might hurt him very deeply. She wasn't feeling comfortable, though. "I just want to know why it did this," she sighed. Jack blinked and said, "I need to take it back for a checkup and find out." "I think you need to talk to your friend Hera," Sylvia said honestly. Jack paused for a second, then nodded. "I certainly do. There's a severe problem with her technique." Sylvia knitted her brows, feeling speechless. Did he not understand what she really meant? "I'm trying to say that your friend might have done this on purpose." "I don't understand," Jack said confusedly. The frown on Sylvia's face grew deeper and deeper. All right, Jack did have a low EQ. Did she have to make it more straightforward? Mr. Maxwell understood her. "Miss Bennett meant that Miss Hera might have given her a faulty robot on purpose." "Yes," Sylvia nodded. "I'm sure that she likes you. She knew that you're with me now, and that made her hate me. She wants to hurt me." Jack scratched the back of his head and said with a weird look on his face, "She doesn't like me that way." Sylvia felt as if she was trying to talk to a cow. "Why did she give me a robot like this if she doesn't like you that way? Look at my kitchen." "Something's wrong with it," Jack replied, blinking his eyes. Sylvia was so angry that she laughed. "I don't believe it. I think she did this on purpose." "I'll get you a new kitchen." Jack didn't know how to respond to her, so he stubbornly repeated what he said earlier. "Are you listening to me?" Sylvia was frustrated. The failed communication with Jack made her feel even more annoyed. "Why are you protecting that woman?" Looking at her angry face, Jack stopped short with fright. A while later, he dropped his head and murmured with a very soft, pitiful voice, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you the robot. It's my fault." He just wanted her to be happy. He never thought things would become like this. Even her family started to dislike him. The way he put himself down made Sylvia's heart twitch. She was also upset because he couldn't understand her point. He didn't seem to suspect that woman at all. Was that woman so trustworthy in his eyes? Feeling the tense atmosphere, Mr. Maxwell said, "Miss Bennett, Mr. Kipling will certainly find out what happened. No matter what caused this, we will be responsible for your damage. If Hera really did this on purpose, Mr. Kipling will never forgive her." Sylvia snorted angrily and said, "Your Mr. Kipling isn't going to suspect his dear friend." "She has no reason to hurt you," exclaimed Jack with a grievance. "You said that she likes me, but I don't think so." Sylvia didn't even know what to say. Hearing Jack's conversation with Sylvia, Caitlin felt that boy either had a low EQ or was too unsophisticated. However, what Sylvia said was only a guess of hers. After all, she couldn't prove it. "There's no evidence to prove that," she said to her daughter, then turned to the boy and continued with, "You guys just take the robot back, then find some people to clean the mess in the kitchen." "Have you had dinner yet?" "Yes," said Jack. Hearing that, Sylvia was even angrier than before. She was starving, while he had already had dinner. "I'll leave the mess to you. We haven't had dinner yet, so we're going out to eat. I hope my apartment won't look so messy when I come back." After saying that, she walked into her bedroom, put on a coat, and then left with Caitlin. Mr. Maxwell worked efficiently. On his way to Sylvia's apartment, he had already hired 3 hourly workers to toss the damaged things in the kitchen. After that, he ordered a series of kitchen appliances online. All the goods he ordered were the best ones. "Mr. Kipling, I've talked to the shop. We'll pay them more for them to deliver everything tomorrow," Mr. Maxwell said to Jack, who was holding the robot in silence. Jack dropped his head, not saying anything. His mind was filled with Sylvia's angry face. "Mr. Maxwell, Will Sylvia leave me? He had known her for a long time, but it was the first time she had ever gotten angry at him. He couldn't accept that. Oh, don't overthink. Mr. Maxwell sighed. Before, he didn't want Jack to fall into a relationship because he knew the boy could get hurt very easily. He was way too fragile and sensitive. It's normal for couples to fight, said Mr. Maxwell. But many couples fight and then break up. Jack couldn't imagine breaking up with Sylvia. He liked kissing her, feeling her fingers against his chest, holding her. He also wanted her to take advantage of him. And oh, that naughty, wicked smile on her face. It was delicious. Miss Bennet isn't angry because the robot ruined her kitchen. She's angry because she believes Miss Hera wants to hurt her, but you chose to stand on Miss Hera's side. Mr. Maxwell bent over, explaining carefully. Now, you need to figure out why the robot went out of control instead of staying here being worried. I wasn't helping her, said Jack in a muffled voice. That's crazy. How can Hera possibly be fond of me? How do you know she's not fond of you? Mr. Maxwell asked him gently. I think Miss Hera has been especially nice to you. Maybe she does like you. You think she did this on purpose too? Jack paused briefly with surprise. I don't know. Mr. Maxwell understood how difficult Jack's situation was. He would feel the same. I won't blame anyone until I've found evidence. Maybe she's innocent, or maybe she's guilty. Jack carefully pondered Mr. Maxwell's words, then finally figured something out. He nodded and said, Let's clean the apartment and go home. Aren't we waiting for Miss Bennet? Asked Mr. Maxwell. I need to find out what's wrong with the robot. Before that, she'd only get angrier if she saw me here. Jack sighed. After dinner, Sylvia and Caitlin spent some time in the shopping mall. Caitlin received a call from April. Aaron's fine. He only has a slight contusion on his chest. He needs to rest for a few days, April said. It's all my fault. Sylvia was still upset. Her phone buzzed at that moment. She took it out and saw Jack's message that the apartment was clean and that he had taken the robot back for a checkup. For some reason, Sylvia felt even unhappier. What did he mean? She got scared, but he wasn't staying to keep her company. Instead, he went back to examine the robot first. She also knew that she wouldn't be happy to go back to hear him explain that to Hera. It's done, isn't it? Let's head back then. Caitlin guessed it was Jack who sent the message. I don't want to go back home, Sylvia murmured. I'll go to your place for the night. I'm fine with it. Caitlin looked at the upset daughter of hers, sighed, and said, Don't overthink that. As an outsider, I think you might be wrong. You said that the girl wants to hurt you. Can you prove it? You said she likes Jack, but what makes you think so? Have you ever met her? Sylvia didn't know how to answer those questions, but still she wasn't willing to admit that her mother was right. She pouted slightly and said, I'm a policewoman. I can make a judgment based on my keen hunch. Bullshit, Caitlin snorted. Police solve cases with evidence. That's common sense. How shameless are you to call yourself a policewoman without even knowing about that? Call it a woman's intuition, then. Sylvia turned down the corners of her mouth. It's not intuition, Caitlin tittered. You're just jealous. You know that he and the girl grew up together? So once the accident happened, you thought of her in the worst way. You don't even know if she likes Jack or not. I don't think pure friendship can exist between a boy and a girl. Sylvia mumbled. It's easy for a boy and a girl who grew up together to fall for each other. Besides, Jack is so good-looking and so smart. It's normal for girls to like him. I doubt that, said Caitlin. All in all, you need to think about it rationally. Don't be unreasonable. That's not what a policewoman should do. Sylvia didn't know how to respond to that. But she knew her mother was right. She shouldn't accuse Jack of trusting Hera unconditionally. He said that Hera had no reason to hurt her. Maybe he didn't think that Hera was fond of him. Sylvia wanted to meet her. Jack brought the robot back to his lab and spent the whole night studying it without eating or drinking. In the morning, he took out his phone and called Hera. "Jack, why did you suddenly call me today?" Hera sounded surprised. "This is so unusual." "There's a problem with the robot you gave me?" Jack stayed up the whole night. His voice was a little dry. "It trashed my girlfriend's kitchen and hurt her brother." "How is that possible?" Hera gasped with surprise. "I'll fly to you right now. I need to examine it. I'm truly sorry. I'll pay for the damage." "I disassembled the robot last night," Jack said after a short silence. "I found the program coding disordered. It can't be fixed." Hera spent a few seconds thinking, then responded to him with, "Maybe it's because I added 2 new functions? The new codes might have conflicted with the old ones. That's only a guess. I need to examine it myself to find out the exact cause. I never thought it'd become like this. I guess your girlfriend was scared. I'm sorry." "Are the new functions making tea and coffee?" Jack asked. "Yes," said Hera. "The one I showed you last year couldn't do those things. I added those functions this year. You said it's for your girlfriend, so I figured you wanted to make her happy. That's why I tried my best to expand the robot's functions. I've tested it in my lab. It worked well back then. Maybe the program's broken down?" Jack couldn't think of any words to argue with her. Both Sylvia and Mr. Maxwell said that she liked him. Perhaps they were both overthinking. He always believed he was unattractive to girls. If he had been attractive, Sylvia would have fallen for him long ago. "I hope you'll be more cautious about your future projects," said Jack seriously. "What if the projects you develop put people's lives in danger? We can create things, but with slight carelessness, we can also destroy things. We are scientists. We have to be responsible." "You're right. I'll keep that in mind." After ending the call, Jack felt a little troubled. How should he explain it to Sylvia to make her believe him? Mr. Maxwell brought food into his room at lunchtime. He ignored Mr. Maxwell but gazed at the robot silently. The store called Mr. Maxwell, saying that the kitchen appliances for Sylvia's apartment had all been delivered. Mr. Maxwell hurriedly drove to Sylvia's place. She was on noon break. When she answered the door, she saw Mr. Maxwell. "Where's Mr. Kipling?" She was a little disappointed not to see Jack. "Miss Bennet, I hope you can go and visit Mr. Kipling," Mr. Maxwell said. "He's been in the lab since last night. He didn't have any breakfast or lunch and said that he'd find out what's wrong with the robot." Sylvia furrowed her brows. Why was he so silly? "There's something wrong with that robot, but he doesn't need to be so eager to find it out. Did he just want to clear that woman's name?" Mr. Maxwell waved his hands and said, "Miss Bennet, about that, you are overthinking things. He wants so much to find out about the problem with the robot because you were angry yesterday. He doesn't know how to make you happy, so he wants to figure out the cause and give you an explanation. He does feel sorry. You said he was trying to protect Miss Hera, but I think you were wrong about that. His world is quite simple, you see." Mr. Maxwell continued. "In his world, there are no good or bad people. He doesn't understand things between boys and girls at all. He likes you, and he doesn't care if other people like him or not. As you know, he often automatically filters out what other people say to him." Sylvia nodded. Last night, after hearing what Caitlin said to her, she calmed down and thought a lot. Jack was like a blank sheet of paper. "Mr. Maxwell, you're with him every day. Tell me, does Miss Hera like Mr. Kipling?" asked Sylvia straightforwardly. Mr. Maxwell smiled and said, "Miss Bennet, I didn't know that you're possessive. She's just a girl Mr. Kipling knows, but you're jealous already." Sylvia blushed slightly.
I'm not jealous. I'm just trying to learn more about him. Mr. Maxwell thought for a moment, then said, Miss Bennet, Miss Hera isn't the only female Mr. Kipling knows. He knows all kinds of women. He works with them. Some are much older than he is. The girls his age who can work with him or talk to him about science are mostly geniuses. I think you should trust him. He's the kind of person who lives in his own world. No one can get close to him, except you. Sylvia felt both sweet and annoyed. So if she ever had a rival in love, that girl would be a genius. She had no chance to outsmart girls like that. So if that day came, she would have to solve the problem with violence. Also, Mr. Kipling didn't quit cooking after giving you that robot chef. Mr. Maxwell continued. These days, he spent an hour learning how to cook every day after he came out of the lab. He stayed up until 1 in the morning. He said that one day, he'd let you know that he's even better at cooking than the robot. Sylvia was stunned. Why didn't he ever tell me about that? He's never been an expressive person. Mr. Maxwell lowered his head, glanced at his watch, then gave a sigh and continued with, It's 3 p.m. already. He hasn't eaten anything today. I wonder if he's okay. He's already skinny. On hearing that, Sylvia felt an ache in her heart. Oh, he has to eat something. Who would cook for me if he starved himself to death? Mr. Maxwell, I'll leave this place to you. I'm gonna go see him. Sure. Mr. Maxwell hurriedly nodded. Thank you, Miss Bennet. Maybe you can pick up some food for him on your way? Oh, I'll give you the key. He can't hear the doorbell when he's in the lab. I know that. Sylvia took the key and left. On her way, Sylvia bought some shrimp porridge, chicken, and coffee. Arriving at the apartment, Sylvia opened the door with a key and went in. She had been in his apartment once. Once inside, she saw a pair of heels placed neatly by the door. A woman was in his apartment. That thought was the first thing that popped into Sylvia's head. She bent over to take a closer look at those shoes. White, slim heels, not too high. Those heels definitely did not belong to an older woman. So a young woman was in Jack's apartment. Anger welled up inside her. What was going on? Did Jack bring a girl home behind her back? Didn't Mr. Maxwell say he had been working on the robot nonstop without eating or drinking? She wouldn't have known about this woman had she not come here today with the key. Calm down. Jack's not a player. If someone like him cheats on his girlfriend, I'll never be in love again. Sylvia tiptoed inside. The rooms on the outside seemed to be empty. Jack's lab was in the center of the apartment. Sylvia noticed that the door was unlocked. As she got closer, she heard some muffled voices. She bent down to look through the door slit and saw Jack sitting on the floor with a girl who was wearing a long cardigan with the sleeves rolled up. The two of them were eating and chatting. The girl had long, shiny hair, and from behind looked quite petite. That scene created a black hole in Sylvia's heart. All along, apart from science, she thought she was Jack's whole world. She never worried about another woman stealing him away or that he might have someone on the side. But at that very moment, she felt as if her life was spinning out of control. It turned out that any man would have girls in his life. She couldn't hear what those two were talking about, but she saw the girl put a piece of vegetable in his bowl. He didn't seem to notice her movement and just put the food into his mouth. Sylvia almost exploded. She kicked the door open and stormed in. Sylvia, what are you doing here? Jack turned and saw her. His eyes glowed brightly. The woman turned too. She was young. From her appearance, she looked as if she had grown up in a family of academics. Sylvia considered herself prettier than the girl, though. Why can't I be here? I need to know why the robot trashed my kitchen. Sylvia restrained her anger, looked at the girl, and said with a smile, Who is this? I haven't seen her before. She's pretty. Before Jack could say anything, the girl introduced herself.
My name's Hera. You're Jack's girlfriend, aren't you? I heard that the robot I made had a problem, so I came here as soon as I could. I'm so sorry. As for the damage, you can give me a number. I'll pay you double. Sylvia's heart skipped a beat. What she was worried about really did happen. Before coming into the room, she wondered if the girl was Hera. It turned out she had guessed right. Seeing how the girl put a vegetable in Jack's bowl, she was sure she liked him. Double? All right. I lost 500,000 or 600,000 in total. You can give me $1 million, Sylvia said with a smile. That's not a large sum of money. Hera furrowed her brows and said, From what I heard, only some kitchen appliances were damaged. $1 million's a little too much, even including compensation for your pain and suffering. Furnishing an entire apartment would only cost about 400,000. And what we're talking about is just a kitchen. Jack, what do you think? Jack scratched the back of his head and said, I've never bought any kitchen appliances yet, but I think it's a little too much indeed. Sylvia was so angry she felt like twisting Jack's ear. He not only ate the food the woman put in his bowl, but also helped her? That was outrageous. I think Miss Bennett was probably joking, Hera said, smiling. Miss Bennett, I meant what I said. Sylvia wasn't happy to hear that. Did she not mean what she said? Go and talk to Mr. Maxwell, said Sylvia coldly. He's the one responsible for cleaning my damaged kitchen. Miss Hera, I'm glad you're here. I heard from Jack that you're competent. I admire you. But why was that robot suddenly out of control? Please give me an explanation. Jack and I have been trying to figure that out, said Hera. I knew Jack wanted to make you happy with this robot, so I added 2 new functions to it. The new program conflicted with the old ones. As for which program it conflicted with, we're still trying to find out. I just got here. Miss Hera, said Sylvia displeasedly. I'm not your robot tester. I don't know what you do, but I know that without multiple tests, a high-tech product shouldn't be added with new programs. This robot is not a motorcycle to which you can easily add a new wheel. As far as I know, many robots undergo thorough testing before they are put into the market, because once an accident happens, it might endanger people's lives. I understand, Hera nodded. I didn't just add a random new program to it. I stayed up for 2 entire nights to work on the new program because I was worried it might not work well. However, I'm not omnipotent. I can't guarantee 100% safety. Even the robots you can find on the market now might have some problems and be recalled. The same thing happens to food and electrical appliances too. Miss Hera, you are very glib, Sylvia sneered. Miss Bennett, you are prejudiced against me. Hera gave a smile. Stop fighting. The unfriendly conversation between the 2 girls made Jack dizzy. Sylvia, what's in your hand? He said. It looks like food. Sylvia almost forgot about the food that she brought there. She was going to feed Jack, but unexpectedly, he was enjoying a meal with another girl. Sylvia smiled and said, Yeah, this food is my lunch. I haven't had lunch yet. After saying that, she sat down on a chair and opened the food box. A pleasant aroma filled the lab. Looking at her food, Jack's stomach grumbled. With no other choices, he picked up his rice and vegetables and continued eating. Sylvia wouldn't share her food with him, so he could only eat his own. Sylvia grit her teeth. What a silly boy. Couldn't he ask her to share her lunch? Hera looked at Sylvia, smiling. Miss Bennett is having such a rich lunch. I thought you brought it for Jack. Thankfully, I already brought him lunch on my way here. So, was he eating Hera's food? How dare he eat another woman's food right in front of his girlfriend? Sylvia felt like strangling him. Why on earth did she fall for a man with such a low EQ? Was she destined to be with a man like that? Despite her anger, she put on a happy face and said, Thank you, Miss Hera, for caring about my boyfriend so much. You are the best friend he has. If it weren't for the robot, I wouldn't have even known he has such a good friend. The smile on Hera's face froze slightly. Understandable, she said. Jack isn't big on talking. Oh? Sylvia smiled and answered. Then how come he's so talkative with me? That's why you're his girlfriend. Hera's mouth corners twitched slightly. Sylvia was at a loss to say anything. She couldn't figure out what was going through Hera's mind. Were all smart girls this difficult? Sylvia didn't want to spend time conspiring against her. Instead, she crooked her finger toward Jack and said to him, Come here. Sylvia, what do you want me to do? Jack shuffled toward her. Can't I call you for no reason? Sylvia pushed her porridge toward him and said, Here, have some. No. Jack shook his head. You haven't had lunch yet. I don't want you to be hungry. I've had enough. Just take some, please. Sylvia scooped up some porridge and put it into his mouth. Jack hurriedly swallowed it. He dropped the rice, took over her porridge, then said to her carefully, Sylvia, are you still mad at me? Ask my brother. Sylvia couldn't help saying that to him. I will visit him after I figure out what caused the accident, said Jack stubbornly, or I wouldn't be able to give him an explanation. For the first time, Sylvia found him pretty stubborn. Sylvia, you should have some of this too. I don't want you to be hungry. Jack brought some porridge to her lips. Sylvia had no appetite. However, as Hera was sitting there watching her, she shared the porridge with Jack and occasionally put some egg and chicken into his mouth. Watching that, Hera was shocked. Before, Jack never agreed to eat any meat, no matter how hard she tried to persuade him. Now he even ate chicken. Sylvia was satisfied to see the fake smile plastered on Hera's face. At that point, she was almost sure Hera liked Jack. She didn't know if the robot accident was intentional, but she knew that she needed to stay vigilant against Hera. As Jack and Sylvia finished eating, Hera said to Jack, Jack, if you're finished, let's get back to programming. Jack nodded. Before he stood up, Sylvia said to Hera, Miss Hera, you created the robot single-handedly, so I'm sure you can figure out the problem by yourself. The cause was simply a program. Even if you found out and told me about it, I wouldn't understand. I think you should bring the robot home with you. After all, I don't want it anymore, whether you can repair it or not. Her tone was so frosty that Hera could barely keep the smile on her face. Miss Bennett, it seems that you don't like me. Of course, I understand. There might be a misunderstanding between us, but you don't need to be so brusque. Because Jack and I will still have to see each other a lot, even after you marry him. Sylvia furrowed her brows. Hera continued, Jack's mother and my father are both biologists. They spend more time together than my mom ever spent with my father. My project is similar to Jack's. The social circle of scientists in the country is small. We often attend academic conferences together. Sylvia was silent and looked at Jack. Nodding, Jack glanced at Hera. At last, he pulled Sylvia's sleeve and said, Let's talk outside. Sylvia turned and walked out. Her head was pounding at that moment. She had no idea that Hera's family and Jack's family were friends. Did that mean that Hera would often show up in Jack's lab? Sylvia walked straight into Jack's bedroom. Behind the closed door, she folded her arms and stared at Jack expressionlessly. Under her gaze, Jack felt a little uneasy. Since last night, she had become distant and aloof. He sensed she was backing away. What should he say to her? He had no idea because he'd never experienced something like this before. After spending a while struggling, he said quietly, Sylvia, are you so unhappy because you don't like me spending time with Hera? Hera! Hera? Sylvia couldn't help interrupting him. You two seem so chummy. You even ate the food she put in your bowl.
You have so much to talk about. You're a perfect match. What am I? I'm someone who stole you away from her. Urgh! Back in the lab, she was trying her best to restrain her anger. She didn't want to yell at him in front of Hera. She admitted she was possessive. She couldn't allow any impurity in her relationship. Otherwise, she wouldn't have broken up with Jeremy. Jack froze. He blinked, not knowing what to do next. After taking a deep breath, he stammered, "We are not close. I've called her that since we were little. My mom told me to." Sylvia was so angry she almost burst into tears. She looked away so she wouldn't see him. Looking at him made her feel even sadder. "Sylvia, please don't be mad at me. I won't call her that anymore if you don't like it." Jack teasingly pulled her sleeve. "I didn't eat the food she put in my bowl." "I saw it with my own eyes," Sylvia said. "Don't you have any feeling that she likes you? I only spent a few minutes in that lab, and it's obvious to me that she does. I could feel it." Confused, Jack shook his head and said, "I can't tell if she likes me or not, but I can tell that you don't like her." Sylvia didn't even want to say another word, but she responded to him with, "No, I don't like your childhood sweetheart. Do you have a problem with that? Go and be with her if you do." No, I have no problem with it." Jack shook his head quickly. "You don't need to like anyone but me. I'll tell her to go home. I'll never use anything from her again." On hearing that, Sylvia felt slightly better. It turned out that Jack was not beyond redemption. "But I might still need to talk about work with her at times," Jack continued. "That's inevitable. It's the same with you. You have male friends and colleagues. You said so yourself. I didn't forbid you from spending time with them." "That's different," Sylvia said. "Most of my male colleagues are married. Carlo's single, but he's not fond of me. We're like brother and sister." "What about Jeremy?" Jack mumbled. "He brought materials to your office all the time, and you went to your nephew's party with him." "That was because I wanted to solve my case as soon as possible. As for the party, I had no choice. Our families used to be friends. He and I have a lot of mutual acquaintances. I might inevitably run into him at some parties." "It's the same for me," Jack nodded. "She and I have to attend some training together, the domestic ones, the international ones." Uh-huh. Sylvia didn't know what else to say. Unexpectedly, Jack had learned to use her words against her. Clever boy. "Sylvia, I think you need to trust me," said Jack seriously. "I only like you. In my eyes, you and my mother are the only two women in the world. You said that Hera likes me. I don't know about that because it's none of my business. I don't care if she likes me or not. Not in the past, not now, not ever." His words finally cheered Sylvia up a little bit. If he chose to stand on the side of that friend of his and speak for her without hesitation, like what Jeremy did, Sylvia believed she needed to reconsider her relationship with him. She was his girlfriend. Why on earth would he always help someone else? Thinking about that, she suddenly started to admire her brother, of all people. Indeed, Aaron seemed like a perfect husband. "I know I've been mean to your friend," Sylvia said. "I'm not nice to her. I'm petty. That's because I feel that she's fond of you. It might have something to do with the fact that I was hurt once. I want to be the only one in my boyfriend's heart. I'm not saying you can't have female friends. It's just that you have to mind your behavior. You can talk about work, but in private, don't be so close to her. Don't eat the food that she put in your bowl. Also, I want you to always be on my side. It's as if you're as close to her as you are to me. You have to think about it carefully. Is your girlfriend or your friend more important? If you think I'm being bossy and possessive, yes, you're right. I am bossy and possessive." "I'm sorry. I get it." Jack nodded. "Sylvia, please don't be mad at me."
He held her hand and said in a soft voice, "I've been worried since last night. I'm worried you might leave me or hate me. It's the first time something like this has happened to me. I don't know what to do." "I was angry last night, but I won't leave you over a robot. That's not some problem that touches my bottom line." Sylvia pouted slightly before continuing in a low voice. "I won't break up with you unless we have a huge disagreement, or you are in an inappropriately close relationship with another woman, or you choose another woman over me." After spending a short while in a daze, Jack understood her meaning. "So as long as I avoid what Sylvia listed, she won't leave me." "Sylvia, don't worry. I will certainly keep a distance from Hera from now on. I think you were right. I'll tell her to take the robot home," Jack said. Then he prepared to leave the room. But before he left, Sylvia held his hand. "Sylvia and—" Before he could finish, Sylvia grasped his collar, dragged his head downward, and pressed her soft lips against his. His legs went limp. As he prepared to hold her, a sudden sting came from his lips, making him moan. Sylvia let go of him and turned up her mouth corners in a smile of satisfaction. Jack touched his lips and found blood on his fingers. He could still sense the burning pain from his lips. "Sylvia, you bit me?" "Yes, I bit you." Sylvia adjusted his collar and said, "You can leave now." In the lab, Hera was stunned when she saw the fresh wound on Jack's thin red lips. The wound wasn't there when he left the lab. It was a bite wound. She glanced at Sylvia, who was wearing a wicked smile, and felt as if someone had cut her heart with a knife, giving her pain and bleeding. Recalling what Sylvia did to him just now, Jack felt a little shy. "Hera, Miss Hera," he said to Hera with flushed cheeks. "Jack, why did you suddenly call me so formally?" Hera looked at Sylvia. "Did Miss Bennet ask you to do this?" "Miss Bennet, you don't need to see me as an enemy," she said to Sylvia. "Can't Jack even have friends?" "When did I say you can't be his friend?" asked Sylvia innocently. She gave Jack a nudge and said, "Please, explain to her." "Huh?" He was a bit confused. Sylvia is capable of change, he thought. Just now in the room, she acted all mean and petty. Of course, she used those words to describe herself, too. "It has nothing to do with her," Jack said to Hera after a short hesitation. "I think calling you Hera sounds a little too intimate, so I decided to call you formally. If you don't like it, I'll call you by your surname." Hera was at a loss for words. Seeing the sad expression on Hera's face gave Sylvia a jolt of joy. The education she gave Jack just now was working wonders. The boy was a quick learner. "Miss Hera's fine," forcing a smile, she said. "I've been thinking about what Miss Bennet said earlier. You're right. I should bring this robot home and take my time to find out what's wrong with it. I'll leave tomorrow morning. Let me stay here for the night. It's already 4 o'clock. The airport's far away. If I leave now, I won't get home until midnight. Bringing this robot with me can be inconvenient too. Besides, we've already disassembled it. It'll take me a couple of hours to put all these parts back together." Jack's heart was thumping. "Oh, this is bad. Hera spending the night. Sylvia will be even angrier at me." What Hera said wasn't wrong, though. He couldn't possibly make her leave now. He looked at Sylvia. His lips were even shaking. To his surprise, Sylvia nodded with a smile and said, "Of course. You're Jack's friend. You can stay in the guest room. Jack and I will sleep in the master bedroom. Let us know if you need anything." Now Jack's legs started to tremble. What? Would they sleep in the master bedroom? Would he sleep together with Sylvia tonight? He couldn't stay calm. Hera was stunned. She tried to stay composed, but her face grew pale. "Are you living together already?" she asked. "Oh, no," Sylvia said smilingly. "We've slept together occasionally. We're a modern couple. We're not married yet, but that doesn't mean we can't sleep with each other. Well, if you're asking when we started doing that, I think it was in France." Jack felt as if his brain wasn't working anymore. Hera's mouth corners twitched. France, that was last year. Yeah, I was responsible for his safety back then, Sylvia continued. We knew each other way before that, though. He often got lost. Every time he couldn't find his way home, he came to the police station to find me. He refused to go with anyone but me. So later on, I brought him to my place. Enough of our stories. Miss Hera, you can stay here and clean the lab. Jack and I are going out to do some shopping. We won't be back for dinner. We'll come back before bedtime. After saying that, she dragged Jack toward the door without waiting for Hera's response. By the door, she turned and said, Oh, forget about the compensation. I don't need that little money. Besides, Jack's already bought me new kitchen appliances. After they left, the smile on Hera's face gradually faded. This girl isn't easy to deal with at all, she told herself. After getting into Sylvia's car, Jack finally realized what was happening. With red cheeks, he stuttered, Sylvia, if you don't want me to stay here with you for the night, I can go to your place tonight. You don't have to share a room with me. That's not good. No, I have to sleep at your place tonight. Sylvia started the car and said with determination, And we will share a room. Hearing Sylvia's firm tone made Jack's heart pound. Earlier, she almost drove him crazy by kissing and touching him on the couch. Tonight, they will be sleeping in the same room? He couldn't imagine what Sylvia had in mind. Because of the robot, he had already upset Aaron. If, in addition to that, he was about to break the promise he made to him, Aaron would eat him alive. He had no idea why Sylvia suddenly decided to spend the night with him in his room. The girl's thoughts were hard to fathom. Okay, I'll sleep on the floor, you on the bed, as we did in France, Jack murmured. Sylvia turned, glanced at him, and smiled silently. Sleep on the floor? In your dreams, she thought. A serious car theft had recently taken place in Rosewood City. Sylvia and Carlo were working on the case, and the two of them met in the food market. Carlo was surprised to see Jack in Sylvia's car. Why did you bring him? Doesn't Professor Kipling need to do his science project? Today is special, Sylvia told Jack to get out of the car. I can help you with the case, Jack hurriedly said. Carlo smiled. Professor Kipling, I'm afraid you can't help us with this case. Recently, some people have been involved in a car theft ring. They have been driving the stolen cars to the outskirts of the suburbs, dismantling them, and taking away the valuable parts. It's an industry chain for stealing and selling car parts. The amount of money involved in the case can't be small. Jack was stunned to hear about the case. Quite a while later, he finally let out a few words. There are so many bad guys. Sylvia glanced at him. You didn't know? She thought to herself. That friend of yours is probably one of the bad guys. She's just pretending to be innocent. On the way back to Jack's apartment, Sylvia bought herself some clothes to change into. Mr. Maxwell was already home. Earlier, Jack had texted him about what was happening. Seeing Sylvia and Jack come back, Mr. Maxwell gave them a mysterious smile, then said, Miss Bennett, I've prepared a towel and pajamas for you. They're all in Mr. Kipling's room already. Thank you. Mr. Maxwell's thoughtfulness made Sylvia feel satisfied. Where's Miss Hera? She asked. Still in the lab, said Mr. Maxwell. She's so professional, Sylvia nodded. Then she held Jack's hand and said, Let's go back to our room. Watching Mr. Kipling let himself be dragged away by Sylvia without resisting made Mr. Maxwell click his tongue. Miss Hera had no chance to win at all, he thought. Who in the world could be more possessive and more passionate to control the situation than Miss Bennett? On the way to the bedroom, Sylvia and Jack bumped into Hera as she was coming out of the lab. Seeing the two, Hera had a confused look in her eyes. You guys came home. Jack, can you do me a favor? There are a few chips that I don't know where you dismantled them from.
No way. Sylvia smiled. Miss Hera, you created that robot. You don't know where those chips belong? Because all the chips look similar. The robot was water damaged. Some information in the chips was wiped off. Hera forced a smile. Go, Sylvia nodded to Jack. Then she put her mouth near his ear and whispered, Come back to me as soon as you can. I bought new underwear. You need to wash them for me. Jack's cheeks immediately reddened. Seriously? Sylvia wanted him to wash her underwear? He nervously gasped for air. Deep down, he was slightly happy and excited. He said. He followed Hera back to the lab and picked up the chips, but was distracted the whole time. Jack, Miss Bennett is your girlfriend, but you and I grew up together. You can't forget about your friend just because you have a girlfriend now, Hera exclaimed with a bitter smile. Jack looked at her with his wide eyes and innocent gaze. You won't understand even if I tell you. You'll understand when you have a boyfriend. He lowered his head and focused on searching for the computer chip again. What he really wanted to do, though, was get back to his room to help do Sylvia's laundry. I know. Hera looked at his defined features and gorgeous profile. She wished time would stand still forever. She thought that if she had stayed beside him quietly and supportively, the two of them would eventually end up together. They had so many things going for them. Encouragement from their families, similar professions, endless common interest. Even if you have a girlfriend, you still need friends. I can do without them, Jack replied without glancing up. I never had friends before anyway. I think I'm quite all right with this arrangement. And I'm not your friend? Hera was crestfallen. I don't know. Jack paused to consider her question before he answered frankly. Apart from research topics and academic-related things, I don't wish to talk about other things with you. Miss Hera, I don't know why you're so hung up over this issue. We've talked about this several times. I'm swamped. I have to do my research every day, eat, sleep, daydream, and spend time with my girlfriend. If you're so free, you should think about how you can complete the experimental trial you're involved in. I finally understand why your robot project failed. You've just got too much free time on your hands. I'm not. Hera was stumped for words after hearing him say that. She never dared to confess her feelings for him because she knew how inept he was at social interactions. I put things back in their original positions for you. Jack stood up. Now I have to go back and do Sylvia's laundry for her. Hera sighed. We haven't seen each other in so long. I have many other questions to ask you. I need some advice. Can you go back a little later? No, can't do. Jack shook his head firmly. It was the first time Sylvia had come over to spend the night. He wanted to spend more time with her. How could he waste precious time with Hera? It wasn't even something he wanted to figure out anyway. Hera was enraged as her chest rose and fell. You're letting your romantic relationship take precedence over your friendship. Isn't that normal? Jack turned to walk away without even looking back. Hera was furious. How on earth did she fall in love with someone so thick? Jack knocked on the door of the bedroom before going in nervously. Sylvia's knitted cardigan was thrown aside. She was wearing a strappy camisole and playing with her phone on his bed. Perhaps it was because she was a cop. She had curves, and the black camisole and jeans looked flattering on her. Her neck, her hips to her toes, her lines were sexy, and she was exuding a wild charm. It was as if someone had sucked the air from the big room. Jack found it challenging to breathe regularly. You're back. Sylvia sighed up when she heard him walk in, the corners of her mouth upturned. That was pretty fast. I thought she was going to make you stay for a while more and ask you a few more research questions. Jack was shocked. How did you know? Sylvia had a knowing look on her face. I know plenty of things. You are good. No wonder you're a cop. Jack looked around the room nervously. He didn't dare stare at her exposed collarbones and her bare shoulders. I'm better at other things.
Do you want to try? Sylvia climbed out of bed, barefoot. She walked over to him on the wooden floor, her right hand gently caressing his cheeks. Her voice was raspy, and she was suggestive. Vixen. Jack thought about that as she stroked his face. His cheeks were bright red and hot now. I'll do your laundry. Where did you leave your things? Sylvia's lips curved into a smile. She raised her chin a little. I left them in the bag. Remember to dry them with the hairdryer? Do the underwear first. You can dry my bra tomorrow morning. I won't be wearing it when I'm sleeping with you tonight anyway. She purposely emphasized the word sleeping with you. Flustered and embarrassed, Jack grabbed the bag and bolted to the bathroom. Sylvia chuckled with amusement as she stared at Jack from behind. She enjoyed teasing him like this. In the bathroom, Jack inhaled a big gulp of air before taking the underwear out of the bag. He was puzzled by the curious-looking articles he saw. A black lacy bra with thin, almost translucent padding, and a matching black lace thong with minimal fabric. It was translucent as well. When he accompanied Sylvia to shop earlier, he was too shy to step inside, so he waited for her near the exit. He had no idea she picked out such designs. Now he understood why the shopkeeper gave him such a mysterious smile when he and Sylvia left together. Oh God, if he hadn't seen it for himself, he would never have imagined that Sylvia wore those things. Did she wear this sort of lingerie all the time? Was Sylvia secretly so wild and saucy? When he looked at the items in his hands, Jack couldn't help but picture Sylvia in those skimpy, sexy underthings. Suddenly, his nose was hot, and a warm liquid flowed from his nostrils. He quickly wiped his nose and stopped himself from thinking about such things. While washing the underwear, his hands were trembling, and he was still blushing. Since the fabric was minimal, he finished in no time. About 10 minutes later, he walked out with the warmed intimates. Sylvia looked up while lying on the bed. You're done? She asked with raised brows. Yeah, Jack handed them to her. Sylvia, why did you're wearing too little, especially the panties. They don't look too comfortable. Huh, I thought it'd be easier for you to wash them if there was less fabric. Sylvia climbed over toward him and blew some hot air into his ear. Do you like them? Jack shuddered uncontrollably when she did that. He was blushing red hot again. He flinched. It doesn't matter whether I like it or not. I want you to be comfortable when you wear them. No, I think it's not important whether I find them comfortable. It's more important if you like them. Sylvia shook her head thoughtfully. Jack was touched. His Sylvia was so playful. I like them. He lowered his head, embarrassed. Good. As long as you like them, I'll put them on then. Sylvia kissed his forehead happily and tiptoed to the bathroom. Jack touched his forehead where she had just kissed him. His heart was blissful, and it was a sweet feeling. He heard the sound of the running water and could barely make out her silhouette through the frosted glass of the shower door. Is Sylvia undressing? Is Sylvia showering? Is Sylvia washing her hair? He couldn't help wondering about these things. The more he thought about it, the racier the scenes in his mind got. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer. He walked out of the room and grabbed a bottle of ice water from the fridge and gulped it down in one go. Mister, do you want a bottle of ice-cold beer? Mr. Maxwell appeared out of nowhere from behind. Jack jumped. He nearly choked on his water and coughed violently as he glared at Mr. Maxwell. I don't drink alcohol. I know that alcohol will make you braver. Mr. Maxwell smiled mysteriously. I'm worried that Miss Bennet will pounce on you tonight and that you might not have the courage to push her away. Oh, really? Is that how it works? Jack looked at the beer. He was in a daze. Yeah, Mr. Maxwell nodded his head. Miss Bennet is quite strong. She's a cop.
Plus, you hardly ever have the courage to say no to her anyway. The alcohol will help you with that.
Jack was wavering. Mr. Maxwell made beer sound like a wonder drug.
But I won't lose my reason and get ahead of myself? Of course not. This beer has very low alcohol content. Mr. Maxwell stuffed the bottle in his hands. Just have a sip whenever your heart rate quickens. Oh, Jack thought what Mr. Maxwell said made sense. He was just a little embarrassed that Mr. Maxwell knew about these things. Right, and this. Mr. Maxwell shoved a small item into his hand. Jack looked down at it and was shocked. So shocked he flung it across the room as if he was holding on to something scalding hot. He was flustered and embarrassed. Mr. Maxwell, what do you take me for? I won't ever do that before marriage. This is just in case. Mr. Maxwell spoke slowly and said, If Miss Bennet pounces on you, it doesn't matter how much alcohol you've had. You have no choice but to use this. You won't want to get her pregnant, would you? This is just a safety precaution, of course. I know that there's a 99% chance you won't have to use this. Mr. Maxwell picked up the condom and stuffed it into Jack's pocket. Jack didn't refuse this time. Yes, just in case. In case Sylvia pounces on me. What if I have no chance of refusing her?
Jack returned to the room with a bottle of beer and a small packet. He walked in bravely. Sylvia was still in the shower. Jack was sitting on the edge of the bed obediently, changing the duvet cover. Suddenly, the bathroom door slid open and Sylvia reached out with her naked arms, beckoning him. I forgot to grab a towel. Can you get one for me? Jack looked at her slender arm. It seemed to be beckoning him. He inhaled deeply before grabbing a towel and walking over to her tentatively. For some reason, every step he took made him feel as if he was a victim, walking into the trap of a vixen. When he handed the towel over to Sylvia, she reached out and grabbed his wrist instead of the cloth. Before Jack could react, she had already pulled him into the bathroom with her. He was caught by surprise, his head buzzing. Sylvia wasn't dressed. She wasn't wearing anything. Am I about to see her naked body? He had never seen a lady's naked body before. He shut his eyes tightly in terror, his body trembling nervously with both hands in the air. He didn't want to touch anything accidentally. He was mumbling nervously. I didn't see anything. I won't see or touch anything. Sylvia, don't come near me. Sylvia was laughing hysterically as she watched him panic before her. One day she would die of laughter watching him. How could anyone be so pure and innocent? No, I want to come close to you. Sylvia quickly dived into his embrace, circling her arms around his neck. Jack was panting now. He was about to break down. Sylvia's hugging me without any clothes on. How can I handle that? Baby, touch me. Sylvia blew some hot air into his ears and grabbed his hands to place them on her body. Sylvia, don't force me. I should have had some beer before coming in. Mr. Maxwell was right. I need alcohol to have the courage to push her away. I'm going to force you. Quick, touch me. Sylvia pressed his hands on her body forcefully. Jack's mind went blank. But wait, something was wrong. It felt like clothes under his touch, not flesh. His fingertips were gently caressing her clothing. Huh? Clothing? Yes, clothing. He opened his eyes and saw Sylvia in front of him, dressed in a strappy nightdress. This cunning little fox was lying on his chest, smiling slyly. Ah, this little fox had fooled him. He was angry and embarrassed, and not just a little disappointed. You lied to me. When did I lie to you? Sylvia was smiling now. Did I tell you I was wearing clothes or not wearing any clothes? Jack was stumped. She never said anything of the sort. You asked me for a towel. I thought you needed it to dry your body. He added begrudgingly. Anyone would have thought the same, that you were teasing me on purpose. No, I wasn't. I needed a towel to dry my hair. Who knew? Sylvia wrapped her arms around his neck and she was grinning. I didn't know you had such indecent thoughts. Or did you want to catch me naked? You say you don't want to, but you secretly desire my body. I'm not. Jack turned crimson from embarrassment and shook his head vigorously as if someone had caught him in a lie. All right. I guess you're not at all curious about my amazing body then, Sylvia grunted. She released him as she took the towel and began drying her hair. I know you're curious to see Harris. No, Jack said anxiously. Who are you excited to see then? Sylvia was getting carried away with her teasing. She circled her fingers around his collar playfully as she asked him the question. Let me tell you something. I have on my body the lingerie you washed just now. A gush of blood rushed to Jack's head as he thought about the image in his head. It was so seductive. He wanted to see it. Sylvia, don't fool around. Jack's body was driving him crazy. He caught a glimpse of Sylvia's dirty clothes on the bench and abruptly pushed her aside. I'll help you wash your clothes. No need. Sylvia was the flustered one this time. She quickly blocked him and said, I'll take care of these myself. Why? Jack was puzzled. I washed them for you before. It's okay. I'll do a good job of cleaning them. That's different. Sylvia was desperate. I've worn these clothes. That's okay. I don't mind. Well, I do mind. Sylvia pushed him out of the bathroom. Sylvia, I don't mind it. Don't worry about it. Jack was begging her now. You can dry them for me later, said Sylvia as she slammed the door shut. After 8 minutes, Sylvia handed him the wet clothes. She didn't change her outside garments. It was mainly her intimates. These were proper underthings that had better coverage. Jack carried them outside and bumped into Hera on the way. Hera's face froze when she saw what Jack had in his hands. Jack, why do you have to hang up such intimate clothing? Mind your own business. I enjoy it. Jack shielded the pieces protectively. No one was allowed to look at Sylvia's intimates, only him. You can't spoil your woman too much. I'm worried about you, Hera said through clenched teeth. This is a small pleasure. You wouldn't understand. I don't want to talk to you. It was the first time Jack felt as if he didn't belong in the same world as Hera. He quickened his footsteps to the balcony to hang up the pieces. He was cheerful when he returned. Hera was still standing there. He thought for a moment before saying, Miss Hera, you shouldn't be so dull and boring. It'll be hard for you to find a boyfriend this way. Don't just toil in the laboratory all day. You should get out there and date. It's nice. He returned to his room happily afterward without saying anything more. Hera's heart cried out as she watched him walk away. Who enjoyed spending their days in the laboratory? She just wanted to spend time with him, to wait for him. In the bedroom, Sylvia was wearing a moss green satin nightdress. She was stretched out gracefully on the bed. Her long black tresses were flowing down her neck, the dress accentuating her curves. Her cleavage was just slightly visible as well. Jack touched his nose and said softly, That dress that Mr. Maxwell bought looks nice. Oh? Sylvia frowned. I thought it looked a bit matronly. Mr. Maxwell is on the older side of life. I'm a pretty young girl. I should wear brighter colors like red and orange, something with zest and passion. Yes, Jack nodded his head quickly again. Mr. Maxwell doesn't have good taste. Sylvia rolled her eyes. You just complimented the dress that he bought. Jack pursed his lips. My girlfriend's always right. Sylvia was growing pleased with him that night. He had shown remarkable progress after her teachings. Sylvia, I'm going to take a shower now. When Jack finished, Sylvia changed her position. Now she was lying on her belly playing with her phone. Her legs were crossing each other and her butt was perky. Jack didn't even dare to take a second look. Sylvia, do you want to eat something? Asked Jack, trying to please her. No thanks, I'm trying to lose weight. Sylvia shook her head.
You're not fat, Jack said immediately. I'd like you even if you were, though. Sylvia turned to him as she smiled, revealing her perfect white teeth. A woman's body and figure are not just for men to admire. It's important to her, too. I take pleasure in my body. You wouldn't understand. He didn't understand her, but Sylvia was always right, and she had a good reason for believing what she believed in. Jack stared at her phone. She was looking at clothes. Sylvia, are you shopping online? Yeah, I'm always too busy at work. The seasons are changing. I always feel as if I have no pants or shoes. It's so annoying. Sylvia sighed. Jack turned and quietly retrieved his credit card from his wallet and handed it over to her. You can spend my money if you want to buy anything. You can save the card on your phone. Sylvia looked at the card. She was stunned. No one had ever given her a credit card before other than her family. His thoughtfulness touched her. The surprise came so suddenly. Her boyfriend was so good to her. I don't think that would be nice. Sylvia feigned disinterest and rejected his offer. You can use this card instead. This one has more money on it. Jack handed her a platinum card. I'm always so busy at work. We hardly go on a few dates every month. I spent too little money on you. You can buy whatever you want from now on. Food, entertainment, shopping. Sylvia was happy. She felt as if she had struck gold. Okay, if you insist. Sylvia promptly opened her e-wallet on her phone and saved his card. She was beginning to feel like a tycoon's mistress. How much money do you have in there? Sylvia asked. She wanted to pace herself. I'm not sure. Jack shook his head. Sylvia was surprised. Didn't all rich people keep track of their savings in their bank accounts? Don't you have notification alerts? Have you forgotten? I've never had a phone before, Jack reminded her. How about your income? Do you have a rough idea of your income? Not sure. Jack was still shaking his head. I don't use much money, actually. I save all the money I earn from my work on this card. My cousin is the one in charge of investing my money and managing my wealth. Sylvia frowned. You should manage your money yourself. How could you leave all your money to someone without ever checking in or asking about it? She had seen many people get into disputes about money. Brothers, even parents. No one was immune to money problems. Of course, she couldn't be as direct as she would have preferred. After all, they had just started dating. Oh, okay. Jack nodded his head obediently. I'll leave the money to you then. I'll call and ask how much money you have in here then. Sylvia called the bank and keyed in the password. After waiting a while, she was thunderstruck when she heard the number. Wow. She put her phone down and sat there in total shock, trying to gather her thoughts. What's the matter? Is there no money left? Jack was anxious as he watched her. Would he still be able to buy a house without any money? Sylvia tapped him on the shoulder. She was quiet for a while before saying, There's billions in there. Tell me, how on earth do you have so much money? Do you earn it from patents or research? They were both serving their country, but in different ways. It was infuriating when she compared herself to him. There's so much money? Jack was surprised too. I didn't think I'd earned so much. Sylvia felt like crying. She was holding a precious card in her hands. She had never held anything so valuable in her life. I think you should call your cousins and check, Sylvia suggested. Okay. Jack nodded his head and turned to call Xavier. Brother, this is Jack. I have a lot of money on my card. Oh, I understand. Thank you. After he hung up, Jack turned and said, My cousin said he invested my money in an overseas company a few years ago. The company was listed publicly and its stock skyrocketed. He told me that a portion of the money hadn't been transferred over yet. He's putting it into a bio-eco project. The profits will be high, but he says it's going to take a while, at least a year. Sylvia put her hand on her forehead, trying to steady herself. I didn't know you had such a capable cousin. I think you should continue leaving your money with him. Blood ties would never be broken, not even by money. I think so too. Jack nodded his head. Oh, right. What's your cousin's name? I should be able to search for him online. Sylvia was bursting with curiosity. Xavier? Sylvia quickly searched for him on her phone. It was crazy. Although he was a young guy, he was already like Warren Buffett. The most shocking thing she read was that he earned his first pot of gold when he was still in university, and he's been a legend ever since. He was a superb financial investor. Your cousin is very impressive, Sylvia stammered. Oh, I didn't know. Jack turned to get the duvet from the closet. Sylvia wiped her sweat. Why did you leave your money with him if you didn't know that? My mother told me my money's just sitting around doing nothing and that I should hand it over to him, Jack answered casually. Sylvia sighed as she looked up at the ceiling. She lay there, fretful. Finally, she decided to call her brother. Brother, I have $10,000 in savings. You're so good with investment banking. Do you think you can turn my savings into $1 million? I can't. Aaron refused her without hesitation. Our family's wealthy. Do you need $1 million? I do. Sylvia inhaled deeply several times.
Aaron was on a call with Sylvia. You're getting on fine even if you do need the money. Keep your money. If it ends up with me, I might pocket everything when I turn it into $1 million, Aaron said coldly. Also, aren't you embarrassed talking about $10,000? You bring shame to the family. So pathetic. Sylvia was speechless. Her blood brother wasn't even half as good as someone else's cousin. She was frustrated. What's the big deal? If you refuse to manage my money, I can ask someone else. Let me tell you, do you know who Xavier is? I'm going to be his sister-in-law. Silence. Aaron finally spoke after a while. Are you retarded? Why would I lie to you? Goodbye. This is the last time I'll ask you to manage my finances. I won't entertain the idea even if you beg me. Sylvia abruptly hung up after her spiteful comments. When she turned around, she found Jack smiling as he stood beside the bed. Sylvia, you've decided to marry me? Don't get ahead of yourself. I was trying to get back at my brother. Sylvia covered her face with the duvet out of frustration. Jack was disappointed. Sylvia, you only have $10,000 in savings? That's very little. You're so poor. Sylvia was wholly torn down. She sat up angrily and huffed. So what? I'm ambitious. I may be poor, but I'm pretty. True. Jack winced when she shouted at him. Sylvia grunted and lay back down on the bed. Things were quiet when she realized that Jack had lain down on the floor beside her with the duvet. He was getting ready to sleep there. She quickly beckoned him and said, Come sleep with me. I came here not for you to sleep separately from me. Jack patted the condom in his pocket subconsciously. He had planned to go to bed this way that night. He was a little nervous for some reason when she called out this way, but he was still quite happy and super excited. If you're not going to come up to sleep with me, I'm going down there. Sylvia giggled cheekily. Don't, it's cold down here. Jack got on his feet immediately and said, Hold on, I have to use the bathroom. He lowered his head and walked over to the bathroom and retrieved the bottle of beer he hid in the cupboard earlier. He opened it and gulped the whole thing down. He hardly ever drank, and the beer tasted bitter and vile on his tongue. He instantly felt a surge of warmth overwhelming his chest. Then he brushed his teeth and left the room. Come lie here. Sylvia patted the bed and beckoned him. Jack lay down and felt the alcohol hit him. He was getting dizzy. Sylvia didn't notice any of this. She started circling his body with her arms like an octopus. She rested her head on his chest and said, Don't you want to sleep with me? No. Jack was feeling uncomfortable when she plastered her body against his. Your face is so red. Sylvia touched his cheeks. You're feeling shy? Jack tried to hide his face in the duvet. I think this is the first time we're lying in the same bed together. Sylvia enjoyed bullying him like this. She was grinning when she started unbuttoning his shirt one by one as she leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Jack was panting as she kissed him. His brain was getting hazy. Sylvia, don't do this. Don't do what? Sylvia felt as if she was becoming a female hooligan. It was exhilarating for her as well. Jack grunted. He was extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't take it anymore as he flipped her around and pressed down on her. Sylvia was stunned. She stared into his eyes, his gaze burning with passion. Sylvia was only going to tease him initially. It seemed like innocent fun. Now she was playing with fire. Things were heating up fast, and she had no desire to hit the pause button. This guy was getting more ballsy. He turned her over and gently pinned her down. Why did she feel as if he had just transformed from a docile puppy to a wild wolf? But oh, what a wolf! She didn't dislike this transformation. On the contrary, she found it exhilarating. She didn't believe he would do anything to her. Oh, what do you think you're doing? Sylvia fluttered her long and thick eyelashes and wrapped her arms around Jack's neck. Jack glanced at her slender and smooth arms. She was wearing a bejeweled bracelet that complemented her bronze skin very nicely. Her bracelet made her look even more dazzling than usual. She had just showered, and her body gave off a familiar scent of his shower gel. It was as if fireworks were going off in his brain. He forced himself to look away, but his eyes rested on her half-exposed chest. Mr. Maxwell's choice of nightdress was incredibly sexy. Man, she was smoking hot in it. He could barely see the lacy lingerie peeking from under the neckline of the dress, her skin showing through the translucent lace. He swallowed his saliva, and his eyes burned with passion. Sylvia followed his gaze down to her chest as well and was suddenly aware that she was very exposed right now. Although her behavior was bold, she was still self-conscious about how her body looked. What are you looking at, you hooligan? She playfully glared at him and covered his eyes. You're not allowed to look. Suddenly, Jack pulled her hands away, lowered his head, and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. She was taken by surprise. The man who was kissing her seemed like another person, not the same gentle, innocent, and mild-mannered guy she knew. His kisses were bold and audacious, provocative and very urgent, as if he wanted to devour her. Was this still Jack? She pushed him away with both hands, but his body was stiff and tense. His skin was scalding hot, too. Only then did she realize that something was wrong. Jack, what are you... Before Sylvia could finish, he was already tearing her thin nightdress in two. Until now, Jack had only fantasized about what she looked like in sexy lingerie. Now, as he was taking in the sight of her, he felt almost suffocated by her beauty. How could anyone look this beautiful? If he had any bit of rationality left in him, it was completely gone now. Sylvia was about to go crazy too. It was the first time any man had seen her in such a compromising state. Jack, how dare you? Do you know who I am? I am your queen. Sylvia was embarrassed and flustered. She knew she had come too close to the fire's tantalizing flames. There was no going back. Now, she was frantically trying to dive into the duvet to cover herself, but Jack was watching her like a predator, eyeing a tasty morsel. And he was hungry, all right. He pounced on her and kissed her all over. Every spot was exposed. His kisses left Sylvia panting for air as her body turned to mush, and it felt so good. She wanted more. No wonder so many couples were into these sorts of things nowadays. So why didn't they do it? She thought to herself. Sylvia's thoughts were also racing by now. Times were different. She wasn't like her dad and brother, old fuddy-duddies, who said she couldn't do anything before marriage. She wasn't getting any younger either. She was curious about those things. Her body was ready. And Jack was so hot. His body, his face, especially right now with his forehead dripping sweat. The droplets were trickling down the sides of his red cheeks, and he looked like a male vixen. But as ready as she was for love, she couldn't entirely silence the voice in her head that said, "Don't." Despite all her teasing and bravado, she was ill-prepared. She never thought they would progress to this stage. She didn't even have a condom. What if she got pregnant? "No, we can't. We can't. We don't have a condom." Sylvia grabbed his hands forcefully. It was as if Jack couldn't hear her. He buried his head even deeper. Sylvia felt as if a million ants were crawling on her skin. It was extremely ticklish. She moaned from deep in her throat. She had to bite her lips to stop herself. Just as he was about to penetrate her defenses, she suddenly came to her senses. Jolted awake, she grabbed his arm and twisted it forcefully. In an instant, she was on top and he was on bottom, pinned down like a suspect. "Sylvia!" Jack was still struggling beneath her. But he was no match since he didn't know any martial arts. After his futile attempts, he was dripping with sweat and his throat was dry. "I want it." Sylvia felt terrible for him as she watched him struggle beneath her. She looked over at the pair of handcuffs by the bedside dresser and rashly decided to handcuff him to the metal frame of the European-style bed. "Sylvia, let go of me. I can't handle this." Jack was still struggling with all his might, causing the bulky bed to squeak and the headboard to bang against the wall. Sylvia didn't expect to handcuff him, but she was feeling helpless. He was tied to the bed frame now, with his shirt half unbuttoned. What a sight to behold. She could see his fair and flawless skin. She had to admit it, it was a seductive sight. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. "Did you take something by mistake?" Sylvia was about to grab her robe to cover herself when she realized that her clothes, nightdress, and intimates were all torn to pieces. She blinked in disbelief. She had no choice but to wrap herself in the duvet. "Are you the Jack I know? You're acting like a wolf now. Do you know that? Have you forgotten the promise you made to my brother? Were you pretending to be a timid sheep this whole time?" Red-faced and in obvious discomfort, Jack couldn't take in her words. He was probably feeling so bad he was biting down on his lips and muttering under his breath. "Yeah, I know I promised your brother, but I wanted you. I don't know what got into me." Sylvia was blushing. She knew he was feeling the urge, and holding it back made him uncomfortable. She could see his body transform clearly in front of her. Although he looked weak and skinny, he had a remarkable package down there. It wasn't like this last time when she accidentally touched it. Sylvia cleared her throat and stuttered. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that we don't have a condom. What if I get pregnant? As I told you before, I don't want to be pregnant before marriage." Jack blinked. His foggy brain was trying to recall something. "I have one in the pocket of my trousers." Sylvia was stunned. She turned and started rummaging through his trousers immediately. There was indeed a condom there. She was beet red and glaring at him. "I would have never known. You said you were going to sleep on the floor, didn't you? But you already had this prepared?" "I know you were trying to play hard to get, but I didn't know that you were so cunning." "No," Jack shook his head immediately. "Mr. Maxwell gave it to me." "Mr. Maxwell's a sly one," said Sylvia. She recalled the strange looks he gave her earlier that night. "What else did Mr. Maxwell do for you? Did he give you anything to take?" No. Jack shook his head vigorously. His body was so tense that he had to lean against the headboard for support, and he was panting. "I just drank a bottle of beer." "No wonder." Jack had a beer, secretly. Wow! Sylvia was speechless. "Where did you drink it? How come I didn't see you?" "In the bathroom." Jack was wriggling his body and begged. "Sylvia, let go of me. I'm uncomfortable." Sylvia finally understood everything now. No wonder he went to the bathroom earlier before he climbed into bed with her. "Why did you take the alcohol? I can't believe you got like this after one bottle of beer. How bad is your alcohol tolerance exactly?
I've never drunk any before. Jack sat up and panted after struggling for a good while.
Sylvia didn't know if she should laugh or get angry as she watched him. She could tell he was feeling miserable, and she felt terrible for him too. It was so tempting to watch him like this. She finally understood why men got the urge to do something when they watched beautiful or hot girls. Sylvia squatted in front of him with the duvet wrapped around her. She stared at him and laughed. Do you want to?
Sylvia, stop tempting me. My head's spinning.
Jack looked up and stared at the ceiling above them. Sylvia stared at his sexy Adam's apple, clean lines and fair skin. Her brain was turning mushy too. She wasn't against the idea. Back when she was with Jeremy, she had always wanted to save it for after marriage. That's why she still never experienced it. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't curious. She wasn't getting any younger either. There was no need to stick by the old traditions of a conservative society. Besides, living habits and dietary habits were so complicated nowadays that it made sense to experiment before marriage. It would be more troublesome if people found out they were incompatible afterward. Jack was sincere and serious about her too. He looked so delicious and appealing. It wasn't a bad deal for her either. It was both their first time. Nowadays, it was so rare to find a virgin man. Sylvia felt she had nothing to regret even if they didn't end up marrying each other. What was that expression? Youth is wasted on the young? She didn't want that to be the case. She wanted to have fun while she was still young. In the past, Jeremy and Aaron had tried to hold her back. All right, I'll stop torturing you. We can give it a go. Sylvia took a couple of deep breaths and put the condom on for him, her face burning hot. When she sat on top of him, it hurt her so badly. When she tried again, it was so painful she groaned in misery. Jack was grumbling too. He said in an unsatisfactory manner, Sylvia, it hurts. I'm the one in pain, all right? Sylvia was frustrated. Her face was pale now. You are a man. What's so painful? You're too rough, Jack accused her. It was the first time Sylvia felt so discouraged. She felt like a failure. Thinking about the pain, she had no courage to try again. She covered her face with the duvet. Forget it. I have to stop. It's too painful. Jack was stunned. He couldn't believe she would give up so easily. Nudging her with his foot, he said, Sylvia, you can't be so irresponsible. Why don't you let me go? Let me run a cold shower. Sylvia looked up in a daze for a while. His face was still flushed. She felt awful for him. After a while, she sat up and decided to finish him in another way. 10 minutes later, Sylvia was standing under the shower head and there was still a burning pain in her body. What a sticky situation it was when they were both so inexperienced. She didn't understand how people did it. She wished she could console April. When she got out of the shower, Jack was already fast asleep on the bed. His arms were exposed and the handcuffs left marks on his fair skin. When she saw them, she felt guilty and quickly laid down beside him and hugged him from behind, drifting into sleep. Jack turned around in the middle of the night and hugged her gently. He was smiling just slightly, and his expression was peaceful. Jack always woke up on time. At 7 a.m., he opened his eyes to see a girl curled on his chest. He lowered his head and saw her fluffy hair and half of her exposed shoulder. His brain froze for a second. Then he sprung up from the bed. Sylvia, who hadn't yet woken up, slid off his body and moaned discontentedly. She raised her head, glared at him, and complained, saying, What are you doing? Jack didn't know what to say or do because he found himself without any clothes on. Why am I naked? Did you take my clothes off? Sylvia rolled her eyes and said, Did that bottle of beer make you black out? Did you forget that you got drunk and went crazy last night? You tore off my clothes and took off your own too. Jack was stunned to hear that. After spending quite a while trying to calm down, he finally recalled some pieces from last night. He blushed scarlet and buried his face in his arm in disbelief. He could not believe he did something like that. Mr. Maxwell was such a liar. The beer did give him courage. It gave him the courage to have reckless sex. We didn't do that, did we? He stuttered. Sylvia's cheeks instantly started burning. No, it's all your fault. Yours is too large. Jack felt so shy that he wished there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. It wasn't up to me. I can't control that. Sylvia, it was my fault last night. I will never drink alcohol again. Sylvia snorted and wrapped herself up with the quilt. Jack spent a short while looking at her affectionately, moved toward her, then bent over and gave her a shallow kiss on the cheek. Sylvia, thank you. I feel so satisfied. Your hands must be tired. Shut up. Sylvia hurriedly covered his mouth. Jack tittered shyly, then reached out, holding her like a little boy. The two of them held each other, staying quiet for a while. Abruptly, Sylvia recalled her plan from last night. She almost forgot about it. She hurriedly got up, banged the headboard against the wall as hard as she could, then pinched her nose and yelled softly. Jack! Oh, you're so good. Jack, I can't take it anymore. Jack gawked at her in shock. When he realized what she was doing, he hurriedly pulled her down and whispered to her. Sylvia, are you crazy? Hera's next door. She'll hear you. Maybe he was overthinking, but Sylvia sounded like such a wild girl. I want her to hear it. Be quiet. We slept together last night. Now you have to listen to your girlfriend, Sylvia said, warning him. Jack shut his mouth and helplessly watched Sylvia make all sorts of sounds that made his cheeks burn and his heart thump. At last, he couldn't bear listening to her and hid in the bathroom. At about 8 a.m., the two of them walked out of the room. Sylvia had her head held high and her chest puffed out, while Jack followed behind her like a shy, newly married girl. In the living room were two large suitcases. Hera was sitting at the dining table with dark circles under her eyes, looking pretty sallow. Mr. Maxwell had made breakfast. As Sylvia and Jack exited the bedroom, Mr. Maxwell's eyes glowed. Hera gripped her fork, the tips of her fingers paled. Mr. Kipling, Miss Bennet, you two are already up, said Mr. Maxwell smilingly. I thought you'd sleep late. Detecting the hidden meaning in Mr. Maxwell's words, Jack glared at him. How dare he mention that? I'll never believe him again. Jack looked at Mr. Maxwell and thought he was a liar. Miss Hera, did you sleep well last night? Sylvia sat down beside Hera and stretched. Hera's face looked so stiff that she seemed to have just had a failed hyaluronic acid injection. How could she possibly sleep well? She stayed in the room next to Jack's bedroom last night. The wall was pretty soundproof, but she still heard the headboard banging against the wall and Jack moaning from time to time. Last night, she felt as if her heart was torn into two, and her blood was gushing out of her broken heart. She barely slept. At dawn, she finally started to fall asleep, but then she heard Sylvia scream. She had never seen such a shameless woman in her life. How could she scream so loudly? It seemed like she wanted everybody to hear her. Hera didn't have the heart to keep listening to the sounds that Sylvia made, so she hurriedly came out of her room. Miss Hera, why don't you say anything? Sylvia said with a smile. Are you feeling unwell? Is it because of the weather in Rosewood City? I noticed that you've already packed your suitcases. Are you staying for a few more days? Jack looked at Sylvia bewildered. Yesterday, she seemed like she wanted Hera to leave immediately, but today she asked her to stay. Why? Standing aside, Mr. Maxwell gave a silent sigh. Miss Bennet's so good at this, and she's so thick-skinned. Miss Hera is sly, but a thick-skinned girl like Miss Bennet can crush her within a second. No, thank you. I need to go home. Find out what's wrong with the robot? Hera managed to squeeze a few words out of her throat. All right, then. What a shame. When you come next time, I'll show you around. Don't bother to book a hotel room. You can just stay at our place. While speaking, Sylvia started peeling a boiled egg. Baby, open your mouth. Let me feed you. She put the peeled egg towards Jack's mouth. Mr. Maxwell closed his eyes and took a sip of water. He couldn't bear to watch. "Sylvia!" Jack blushed hearing her call him baby. "Please call me baby," Sylvia corrected him with a soft and sweet voice. "You're not allowed to reject any food that I put into your mouth." Okay, baby." Jack obediently opened his mouth. He was a little confused at the moment. From yesterday to this morning, Sylvia had been changing constantly. He didn't know why, but he actually liked it. She wanted him to call her baby. That was so sweet. "Baby, is it delicious?" Sylvia asked him smilingly. "Yes, baby. Here, try this." Jack hurriedly put a potato pie into her bowl. Watching the two of them feed each other, Hera could not bear staying there for one more minute. She stood up and said, "It's getting quite late. I'm heading to the airport. Jack, see you next time." "All right, travel safely." Jack nodded without even turning his eyes away from Sylvia.